Ceria is a leading nickel mining company in Wolo, Southeast Sulawesi, Indonesia. Located at a strategic location along a coastline area, equipped with a modern harbor, Ceria focuses on sustainable mining practices. With a skilled team, Ceria is dedicated to providing high-quality, low-carbon nickel products and operating within the environmental, social, and governance framework. The company has a mining business license spanning 6,785 hectares in Wolo, Kolaka, Southeast Sulawesi, renowned for its nickel production and numerous nickel companies. Nickel is widely used in various aspects of our daily lives, including mobile phones, medical equipment, transportation, buildings, and power generation. Similarly, cobalt plays a crucial role in modern society. Its importance has earned it the title of an enabling element for technology, and the demand for cobalt has surged due to the rise of electric cars. With the completion of its ferronickel rotary kiln electric furnace or RKEF smelter in 2024 and advancing towards nickel matte converter and high-pressure acid leaching or HPAL plants for processing mixed hydroxide precipitate or MHP, Ceria is poised to significantly bolster its standing in the nickel cobalt mining sector, especially for electric vehicle or EV battery production. Engineering designed by FT China, Ceria plans to convert MH to valuable nickel and cobalt sulfates. Ceria also transforms ferronickel into nickel matte with high nickel content at more than 73%, refined to produce nickel sulfate. This strategic refinement occurs at the nickel matte refinery and MHP refinery, ensuring top-quality battery precursors for the EV market. The Ceria's mine, known as the La Pau Pau Block, has a large potential nickel resource and a production life of more than 20 years. Ceria's resource potential could support a ferronickel plant processing 5.6 million metric tons of saprolite annually, and a nickel and cobalt plant processing 18 million metric tons of limonite annually. Ceria has identified potential nickel mineralization through a 2019 ground-penetrating radar or GPR with a total survey area of 2,441 hectares. The GPR survey results reported a laterite volume estimated at 640 million tons, consisting of 352 million tons of limonite, 288 million tons of saprolite. To ensure resource certainty and ample feed supply for future RKEF and HPAL plants, Ceria has conducted an extensive drilling program since 2017, adhering to the JORC or KCMI code. The program includes drilling at 200 meter, 100 meter, and 50 meter intervals. The construction of RKEF Line 1 project, with engineering designed by FT China. The smelter is designed to be a large-scale smelting complex, which includes a rotary kiln electric furnace smelter with offices, utilities, living areas, and external facilities. The smelter project is provided with 4 RKEF production lines, with 4 by 72 MVA rectangular electric furnaces. The construction of the smelter will be carried out in 3 phases, and the first phase completed in 2024 and fully operational in 2025. The smelter processes 0.6 million tons of nickel ore to produce 252,700 tons of ferronickel per year, which contains 22% nickel. Ceria requires a total of 700 megawatts of electrical power. To supply sufficient and reliable power, Ceria purchases electricity from environmentally friendly hydropower plants provided by the state electricity company, PLN. Electricity will be supplied from the 150 kV La Susua Kolaka interconnection through 2 grids to PLN Kolaka smelter substation. Ceria prioritizes the use of green energy to reduce carbon emissions, combat climate change, and establish a sustainable energy system. PLN will supply fired electricity from barge-mounted power plant to the PLN Kolaka smelter substation. The feasibility study for the hydrometallurgical laterite nickel project was completed in July 2018 in collaboration with NV China for engineering design. In May 2023, an update was conducted to incorporate the latest advancements in HPAL technology, ensuring alignment with industry standards. To dissolve valuable metals like nickel and cobalt from the raw materials, concentrated sulfuric acid is added to the autoclave. This process results in the formation of sulfate solutions, with the main product being mixed nickel or cobalt hydroxide. The processing plant processes 18 million tons of nickel limonite ore to provide a stable supply for 6 autoclaves. The annual output of nickel or cobalt hydroxide from each phase is 146,600 tons of MHP, containing 55,470 tons of nickel metal and 5,700 tons of cobalt metal. Korea also develops a modern and fully integrated 400-hectare industrial park, which has both land and sea access, warehouses, and a distribution center. Strategically positioned along the Wolo coast, Korea has a distinct advantage with seamless access for both inbound and outbound goods. Presently, Korea effectively manages operations through its dedicated terminals, Muara Lapaupau and Wu, integral to its business endeavors. Korea is poised to elevate the Wolo Special Terminal into a cutting facility, serving as a dynamic sales conduit for products stemming from its smelter and HPAL plant. Korea emphasizes the well-being of its employees and creates a dynamic work environment. The company develops on-site living residence with modern facilities and recreational amenities to ensure proper living areas for its employees. Korea carries out its work by implementing sustainable development principles. Korea is fully committed to ESG compliance in all aspects of its mining operations. Robust implementation of ESG regulations demonstrates our dedication to protecting the environment and meeting the expectations of Korea stakeholders, including the local communities where we operate. We also prioritize governance practices that emphasize internal control and ethical standards. Korea also maximizes the implementation of mining practices and green operation principles and supports the net zero carbon policy in 2050. To strengthen our commitment to achieve net zero emissions, Korea aims to progressively reduce and ultimately eliminate greenhouse gas emissions. Korea contributes to the social-economic development of social communities through job creation and local business initiatives. Korea also contributes to state revenue through tax and non-tax payments. Our commitment to sustainable mining has been recognized by the Indonesian government with the granting of National Vital Object status, as well as a National Strategic Project for the Nickel Refining Project. Leveraging its current and potential resources and reserves, Korea has the opportunity to develop a large-scale nickel-based industry that produces essential materials for societal progress and national advancement. As a 100% national company, Ceria is dedicated to transforming these natural resources into sustainable national wealth by investing in high-quality projects and industries with strong fundamentals. Establishing a holding company with several RKEF smelter subsidiaries in Phase 1, Phase 2, Phase 3, Nickel Matte Converter Phase 1 and Phase 2, and H-Pulp Plant Phase 1 and Phase 2 will be Ceria's step to meet national and global demand for clean energy needs, increase competitiveness, and become one of the leaders in the national nickel and cobalt industry. With abundant nickel and cobalt resources, an integrated industrial estate, and expansive ferronickel and cobalt processing facilities geared towards the electric battery ecosystem, Ceria is well positioned to play a major role in nickel and cobalt production both in Indonesia and globally. Ceria, empowering communities and building a sustainable future as we aspire to become a global nickel and cobalt leader through efficiency and sustainability.
Hello there, we are Adi. And we are more than a construction company. We are beyond.
Beyond what, you ask? For us, green is more than just a color and a movement. It's beyond. It's a commitment to further invest in ESG and surely to reduce carbon emissions from our breakthrough.
It's planting not just that small tree. But 1,000 actions of green in different locations.
Supporting the use of greater public transportation every year.
Vision is simple. It's to make the world a better place to live and to grow.
We take commuting to the next level. Yeah, that's right. Because we are beyond, we are the champion of always.
Full right, Adi has continuously worked to connect people better and faster than ever before.
And we have helped Indonesia create many of its most beautiful and monumental projects. Look! Landmarks that have proudly put Indonesia on the map for its extraordinary construction ability.
Not to brag, but Adi has earned multiple international prizes and awards too.
Oh, we are not done. Come, let us show you what we have beyond competencies.
Adi has served and given to the society in different business industries through many subsidiaries. Creating integrated commute facility lives, inventing an array of eco-friendly innovations, supporting infrastructure through its supply of concrete, providing students with apartment construction, partnership with notable universities, ensuring the water running through your tap goes clearly, and increasing connectivity and economic growth by road preserving in Riau.
Amazing, right? Yes, we are Adi and we are beyond. Hello there, we are Adi. And we are more than a beyond.
Beyond what, you ask? For us, green is more than just color and a movement. It's beyond. It's a commitment to further invest in ESG and surely to reduce carbon emissions from our breakthrough.
It's planting not just that small tree. The 1,000 actions of green in different locations.
Supporting the use of greater public transportation every
Our vision is simple. It's to make the world a better place to live and to grow.
We take commuting to the next level. Yeah, that's right. Because we are beyond, we are the champion railways.
Full right, Adi has continuously worked to connect people better and faster than ever before.
And we have helped Indonesia create many of its most beautiful and monumental projects. Look! Landmarks that proudly put Indonesia on the map for its extraordinary construction ability.
Not to brag, but Adi has earned multiple international prizes and awards too.
Oh, we are not done. Come, let us show you what we have beyond competencies.
Adi has served and given to the society in different business industries through many subsidiaries. Creating integrated commute facility to life, inventing an array of eco-friendly innovations, supporting infrastructure through its supply of concrete, providing students with apartment construction, partnership with notable universities, ensuring the water running through your tap goes clearly, and increasing connectivity and economic growth by road preserving in Riau.
Amazing, right? Yes, we are Adi and we are beyond.
Indonesia is one of the world's largest nickel-producing countries, along with the Philippines, New Caledonia, and Canada. Ceria is a leading nickel mining company in Wolo, Southeast Sulawesi, Indonesia. Located at a strategic location along the coastline area, equipped with a modern harbor, Ceria focuses on sustainable mining practices. With a skilled team, Ceria is dedicated to providing high-quality, low-carbon nickel products and operating within the environmental, social, and governance framework. The company has a mining business license spanning 6,785 hectares in Wolo, Kolaka, Southeast Sulawesi, renowned for its nickel production and numerous nickel companies. Nickel is widely used in various aspects of our daily lives, including mobile phones, medical equipment, transportation, buildings, and power generation. Similarly, cobalt plays a crucial role in modern society. Its importance has earned it the title of an enabling element for technology, and the demand for cobalt has surged due to the rise of electric cars. With the completion of its spherical rotary kiln electric furnace or RKEF smelter in 2024 and advancing towards nickel matte converter and high-pressure acid leaching or cobalt plants, for processing mixed hydroxide precipitate or MHP, Ceria is poised to significantly bolster its standing in the nickel and cobalt mining sector especially for electric vehicle or EV battery production. Engineering designed by NV China, Cheria plans to convert MHP to valuable nickel cobalt sulfates. Cheria also transforms ferronickel into nickel matte with high nickel content at more than 73%, further refined to produce nickel sulfate. This strategic refinement occurs at the nickel matte refinery and MHP refinery, ensuring top-quality battery precursors for the EV market. The Cheria's mine, known as the La Pao Pao Block, has a large potential nickel resource and a production life of more than 20 years. Cheria's resource potential could support a ferronickel plant processing 5.6 million metric tons of saprolite annually, and nickel and cobalt plant processing 18 million metric tons of limonite annually. Cheria has identified potential nickel mineralization through a 2018 ground penetrating radar or GPR with a total survey area of 2,441 hectares. The GPR survey results reported a laterite volume estimated at 640 million tons, consisting of 352 million tons of limonite and 280 million tons of saprolite. To ensure resource certainty and ample feed supply for future RKEF and HPAL plants, Cheria has conducted an extensive drilling program since 2017, adhering to the JORC or KCMI code. The program includes drilling at 100 meter, 100 meter, and 50 meter intervals. The construction of RKEF Line 1 smelter project with engineering designed by NV China. The smelter is designed to be a large-scale smelting complex, which includes a rotary kiln electric furnace smelter with offices, utilities, living areas, and external facilities. The smelter project is provided with 4 RKEF production lines, with 4 by 72 MVA rectangular electric furnaces. The construction of the smelter will be carried out in 3 phases. First phase completed in 2024 and fully operational in 2025. The smelter processes 5.6 million tons of nickel ore to produce 252,700 tons of ferronickel per year, which contains 22% nickel. Cheria requires a total of 700 megawatts of electrical power. To supply sufficient and reliable power, Cheria purchases electricity from environmentally friendly hydropower plants provided by the state electricity company, PLN. Electricity will be supplied from the 150 kV Lasua Kolaka interconnection through 2 grids to PLN Kolaka smelter substation. Cheria prioritizes the use of green energy to reduce carbon emissions, combat climate change, and establish a sustainable energy system. PLN will supply gas-fired electricity from barge-mounted power plant to the PLN Kolaka smelter substation. The feasibility study for the hydrometallurgical laterite nickel project was completed in July 2018 in collaboration with NV China for engineering design. In May 2023, an update was conducted to incorporate the latest advancements in HPAL technology, ensuring alignment with industry standards. To dissolve valuable metals like nickel and cobalt from the raw materials, concentrated sulfuric acid is added to the autoclave. This process results in the formation of sulfate solutions, with the main product being mixed nickel or cobalt hydroxide. The processing plant processes 18 million tons of nickel limonite ore to provide a stable supply for 6 autoclaves. The annual output of nickel or cobalt hydroxide from each phase is 146,600 tons of MHP, containing 55,470 tons of nickel metal and 5,700 tons of cobalt. Korea also develops a modern and fully integrated 400-hectare industrial park, which has both land and sea accesses, warehouses, and a distribution center. Strategically positioned along the Wolo coast, Korea gains a distinct advantage, seamless access for both inbound and outbound goods. Presently, Korea effectively manages operations through its dedicated terminals, Muara Lapaupau and Wolo, integral to its business endeavors. Korea is poised to elevate the Wolo Special Terminal into a cutting-edge facility, serving as a dynamic sales conduit for products stemming from its smelter and HPAL plant. Korea emphasizes the well-being of its employees and creates a dynamic work environment. The company develops on-site living residences with modern facilities and recreational amenities to ensure proper living areas for its employees. Korea carries out its work by implementing sustainable development principles. Korea is fully committed to ESG compliance in all aspects of its mining operations. Robust implementation of ESG regulations demonstrates our dedication to protecting the environment and meeting the expectations of Korea stakeholders, including the local communities where we operate. We also prioritize governance practices that emphasize internal control and ethical standards. Korea also maximizes the implementation of good mining practices and green operation principles and supports the net zero carbon policy in 2050. To strengthen our commitment to achieving net zero emission, Korea aims to progressively reduce and ultimately eliminate greenhouse gas emissions. Korea contributes to the social and economic development of social communities through job creation and local business initiatives. Korea also contributes to state revenue through tax and non-tax payment. Our commitment to sustainable mining has been recognized by the Indonesian government with the granting of National Vital Object status, as well as a national strategic project for the nickel refining project. Leveraging its current and potential resources and reserves, Korea has the opportunity to develop a large-scale nickel-based industry that produces essential materials for societal progress and national advancement. As a 100% national company, Korea is dedicated to transforming these natural resources to sustainable national wealth by investing in high-quality projects and industries with strong fundamentals. Establishing a smelter holding company with full RKEF smelter subsidiaries in Phase 1, Phase 2, Phase 3, nickel matte converter Phase 1 and Phase 2, and HPAL plant Phase 1 and Phase 2 will be Korea's step to meet national and global demand for clean energy needs, increase competitiveness, and become one of the leaders in the national nickel and cobalt industry. With abundant nickel and cobalt resources, an integrated industrial estate, and expansive ferronickel and cobalt processing facilities geared towards the electric battery ecosystem, Korea is well positioned to play a major role in nickel and cobalt production both in Indonesia and globally. Korea, empowering communities and building a sustainable future as we aspire to become a global nickel and cobalt leader through efficiency and sustainability.
Hello there, we are Adi. And we are more than a construction company. We are beyond.
Beyond what, you ask? For us, green is more than just a color and a movement. It's beyond. It's a commitment to further invest in ESG and surely to reduce carbon emissions from our breakthrough.
It's planting not just that small tree. The 1,000 actions of green in different locations.
Supporting the use of greater public transportation every day.
Our vision is simple. It's to make the world a better place to live and to grow.
We take commuting to the next level. Yeah, that's right. Because we are beyond, we are the champion of railways.
Full right, Adi has continuous work to connect people better and faster than ever before.
And have helped Indonesia create many of its most beautiful and monumental projects. Look! Landmarks that have proudly put Indonesia on the map for its extraordinary construction ability.
Not to brag, but Adi has earned multiple international prizes and awards.
Oh, we are not done. Come, let us show you what we have beyond competencies.
Adi has served and given back to the society from business industries through many subsidiaries. Creating integrated commute facility come to life. Inventing an array of eco-friendly innovations. Supporting infrastructure through its supply of concrete. Providing students with apartment construction, partnership with notable universities. Ensuring the water running through your tap goes clearly. And increasing connectivity and economic growth by road preserving in Riau.
Amazing, right? Yes, we are Adi and we are beyond.
Indonesia is one of the world's largest nickel-producing countries, along with the Philippines, New Caledonia, and Canada. Korea is a leading nickel mining company in Wolo, Southeast Sulawesi, Indonesia. Located at a strategic location along a coastline area equipped with a modern harbor, Korea focuses on sustainable mining practices. With a skilled team, Korea is dedicated to providing high-quality, low-carbon nickel products and operating within the environmental, social, and governance framework. The company has a mining business license spanning 6,785 hectares in Wolo, Kolaka, Southeast Sulawesi, renowned for its nickel production and numerous nickel companies. Nickel is widely used in various aspects of our daily lives, including mobile phones, medical equipment, transportation, buildings, power generation. Similarly, cobalt plays a crucial role in modern society. Its importance has earned it the title of an enabling element of technology, and the demand for cobalt has surged due to the rise of electric cars. With the completion of its ferronickel rotary kiln electric furnace or RKEF smelter in 2024 and advancing towards nickel matte converter and high pressure acid leaching or HPAL plants, processing mixed hydroxide precipitate or MHP, Korea is poised to significantly bolster its standing in the nickel and cobalt mining sector, especially electric vehicle or EV battery production. Engineering designed by Envi China, Korea plans to convert MHP to valuable nickel and cobalt sulfates. Korea also transforms ferronickel into nickel matte with high nickel content at more than 73%, further refined to produce nickel sulfate. This strategic refinement occurs at the nickel matte refinery and MHP refinery, ensuring top-quality battery precursors for the EV market. The Korea's mine, known as the Lapao Pao Block, has a large potential nickel resource and a production life of more than 20 years. Korea's resource potential could support a ferronickel plant processing 5.6 million metric tons of saprolite annually and a nickel and cobalt plant processing 18 million metric tons of limonite annually. Korea has identified potential nickel mineralization through a 2019 ground penetrating radar or GPR with a total survey area of 2,441 hectares. The GPR survey results reported a lateral volume estimated at 640 million tons, consisting of 352 million tons of limonite and 288 million tons of site. To ensure
SPK tinggal yang nomor 9 sampai 12 ya buaan ya. Untuk yang nota dinas 9 April ini yang sedang proses SPK.
Resource certainty and ample feed supply adhering to the JORC or KCMI code. The program includes drilling at 200 meter, 100 meter, and 50 meter intervals. With offices, utilities, living areas, and external facilities. The smelter project is provided with 4 RKEF production lines, with 4 by 70 MVA rectangular electric furnaces. The construction of the smelter will be carried out in 3 phases, and the first phase complete in 2024 and fully operational in 2025. The smelter processes 5.6 million tons of nickel ore to produce 252,700 tons of ferronickel per year, which contains 22% nickel. Korea requires a total of 100 megawatts of to supply sufficient and reliable power. Korea purchases electricity from environmentally friendly hydropower plants provided by the state. Electricity will be supplied from 150 kV Kolaka International and Kolaka Smelter Substation. Korea prioritizes the use of green energy to reduce carbon emissions, climate change, and establish a sustainable energy system. PLN will supply gas-fired electricity from large mountain plant to the PLN Kolaka Smelter Substation.
Bapak Ibu hadirin, para peserta semua yang berbahagia, kami ucapkan selamat pagi dan selamat datang di Gedung Departemen Teknik Sipil dan Fakultas Teknologi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Hadirin yang berbahagia, yang kami hormati, kami ucapkan selamat pagi dan selamat datang dalam acara Teknik 2025 SNTI Infrastructure and Construction Innovation Conference and Workshop. Terima kasih untuk antusiasme Anda semuanya di pagi hari ini. Tentunya senang sekali saya Saka Utama dapat memandu acara kita yang spesial di pagi hari dalam sesi pembukaan acara Teknik SNTI. And I'm so incredibly honored, so very happy to be here, to be a part of this incredibly and this very productive forum. Tentunya pada hari ini semakin spesial karena telah hadir juga para tamu undangan kehormatan yang sudah hadir bersama kita untuk tengah-tengah kesibukan mereka. Baik, kita akan sapa terlebih dahulu para tamu undangan kehormatan kita. Yang terhormat Direktur Jenderal Bina Konstruksi Kementerian Pekerjaan Umum Republik Indonesia yang pada kesempatan ini hadir secara online. Kami akan menyapa terlebih dahulu. Terima kasih atas kehadirannya Bapak Insinyur Abdul Muiz MT. Pagi dan selamat datang. Juga kami menyapa Sekretaris Departemen Teknik Sipil dan Lingkungan Fakultas Teknik UGM, Profesor Muhammad Judi Irawan. Sini. Ya, terima kasih atas kehadirannya. Juga kami menyapa para panelis internasional, Profesor Danang Parikesit. Selamat Bapak, boleh berdiri dan juga menghadap ke audiens. Inilah para panelis internasional kita, and we would like to welcome our panelists, Professor Fang Dongping from Tsinghua University. Online ya, baik hadir secara online. Kami juga menyapa Dr. Lupa Herat from Melbourne University yang mungkin juga hadir secara daring. Juga Profesor Chua Kim Huat David from Nasional University of Melbourne. Juga kami sapa Dr. TK from Trobe University, dan kita juga hadir di sini para panelis nasional. Kami sapa Bapak Faik Fahmi. Online juga Bapak Abdul Haris Tatang. Terima kasih sudah bersama kita. Profesor Bimo Sunardi dan juga Profesor Heni Wira Hadi Kusuma. Baik, kami juga menyapa moderator kita, selamat pagi. Juga tentunya kami sapa semua peserta yang hadir baik dari kementerian, dari instansi, asosiasi profesi, sivitas akademika, para mahasiswa. Terima kasih banyak dan sekali lagi dengan senang hati kami menyapa Anda semuanya. Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian, adapun tema acara kita pada pagi hari ini adalah Innovations in Risk Management, Project Monitoring and Sustainability. Acara ini diselenggarakan oleh Departemen Teknik Sipil dan Lingkungan Fakultas Teknik Universitas Gadjah Mada, didukung sepenuhnya oleh Adikarya, Injourney, Airports, Wika, dan PLN. Tentunya dengan harapan mendapatkan output dokumen hasil seminar, rekomendasi kebijakan dan wawasan serta meningkatkan kerjasama sehingga dapat bermanfaat untuk semua pihak dan untuk kesejahteraan sosial ekonomi Indonesia. Dan mengawali acara kita pada pagi hari ini, mari kita dengan penuh semangat menunjukkan rasa cinta tanah air kita untuk Indonesia ini dengan menyanyikan lagu kebangsaan Indonesia Raya secara bersama-sama. Hadirin kami mohon berdiri. kasih hadirin, kami persilakan duduk kembali. Ibu hadirin yang kami hormati, kami akan sampaikan terlebih dahulu agenda kita dalam acara Teknik SNTI pada pagi hari ini. Di antaranya kita akan sambutan sekaligus pembukaan, dilanjutkan dengan keynote speech, kemudian akan ada 2 sesi panelis dan diakhiri dengan penutup. Di malam akan ada dinner di Balai Universitas Gajah Mada. Untuk itu kami mengundang para peserta yang mengikuti full session diharapkan untuk dapat hadir dalam acara makan malam di Balai Universitas Gajah Mada pada pukul 19 malam. Baik, Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian, untuk acara pertama, kita akan ikuti bersama sambutan selamat datang yang akan disampaikan oleh Kepala Departemen Teknik, Sipil, dan Lingkungan Fakultas Teknologi UGM. Pada kesempatan pagi ini tidak bisa hadir karena sesuatu hal dan diwakili oleh Sekretaris Departemen Teknik, Sipil, dan Lingkungan Fakultas Teknologi UGM. Untuk itu kami undang dengan hormat beliau Profesor Dr. M. Yudi Irawan STMT. Kita berikan tepuk tangan yang meriah.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera buat kita. Kemudian yang kami hormati juga pembicara-pembicara yang lain, Profesor Danang Parikesit dari Universitas Gajah Mada, Profesor Raini Wirahadikusumah dari Institut Teknologi Bandung yang semoga berkenan bisa hadir pada pagi hari ini, kemudian Profesor Bimo Sumardi, Advisory Board Ikatan Ahli Manajemen Proyek Indonesia, dan juga Bapak Abdul Haris Tatang, CEO PT Jariya Nugraha Indotama. Yang kami hormati Bapak Ibu pimpinan dan wakil pimpinan lembaga mitra serta organisasi profesi, maaf tidak bisa kami sebutkan satu persatu, rekan-rekan dosen, rekan-rekan peneliti, serta mahasiswa di Departemen Teknik, Sipil, dan Lingkungan Fakultas Teknik Universitas Gajah Mada, para moderator dan host paralel workshop, serta hadirin sekalian yang berbahagia. Perkenankan, saya selaku Sekretaris Departemen Sipil dan Lingkungan Fakultas Teknik Universitas Gajah Mada menyampaikan sambutan menggantikan Bapak Kadep yang berhalangan hadir yang saat ini dalam perjalanan menuju Indonesia. Yang pertama, izinkan saya mengucapkan terima kasih yang sebesar-besarnya kepada seluruh pihak penyelenggara, baik Ikonik dan SNTI, ini 2 event, juga khususnya kepada panitia internal di Departemen Teknik, Sipil, dan Lingkungan, serta mitra pendukung, Adikarya, Injourney Airport, Wika, dan juga PT PLN. Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, jadi tema kita adalah Innovation in Management, Project Monitoring and Sustainability, yang saat ini kita tahu bahwa ini sangat relevan dengan infrastruktur yang kita hadapi saat ini dalam kaitannya dengan peningkatan efisiensi, kemudian akurasi pengawasan proyek hingga penerapan teknologi cerdas untuk menjamin keberlanjutan pembangunan. Dan perlu dicatat juga Bapak Ibu, kami sampaikan bahwa dengan perkembangan zaman saat ini, 2 tahun lalu, departemen kita itu menginisiasi bidang keahlian baru, yaitu teknik sumber daya air, yang kemudian saat ini telah berdiri secara resmi program sarjana, program studi sumber daya air. Kemudian di tahun ini untuk menghadapi tantangan yang berikutnya, kita juga membentuk bidang keahlian baru, yaitu manajemen konstruksi, ini dipimpin oleh Prof. Danang Parikesit. Harapannya kedepannya kita bisa mendapatkan atau menghasilkan lulusan yang unggul, serta menjamin kolaborasi riset dan transfer teknologi dengan mitra industri, serta komunitas profesional untuk menjawab kebutuhan infrastruktur yang semakin kompleks pada saat ini. Harapannya juga nanti setelah Iconic 2025 ini menjadi tonggak awal pengembang bidang keahlian manajemen proyek konstruksi ke depannya, yang mana saat ini bidang atau minat MPK ini sudah kita masukkan di dalam program magister kita dan juga di dalam program doktor di departemen kami. Yang kemudian juga perlu kami informasi bahwa departemen kita saat ini kita memiliki 3 program studi sarjana, teknik sipil, kemudian teknik sumber daya air, dan teknik infrastruktur lingkungan. Kemudian 3 program magister, magister teknik sipil, magister sistem dan teknik transportasi, dan juga magister teknik pengelolaan bencana alam, dan 1 program doktor teknik sipil. Jumlah dosen didukung oleh 67, kurang lebih 67-68 dosen, 24-nya gelar guru besar, dan jumlah mahasiswa kita aktif saat ini sudah lebih dari 1.300 mahasiswa. Ya, kita juga memiliki 2 wadah publikasi, yang pertama adalah Journal of Civil Engineering Forum atau JCF. Saat ini sudah Sinta 1, sudah terindeks Scopus, ya, dan juga terima kasih. Tetapi prosesnya, reviewnya cukup lama gitu ya. Tetapi masih free. Kemudian yang kedua, proceeding SNTI ini. Jadi proceeding ini tidak terindeks, tetapi terpublish secara online dan memiliki ISSN. Nah, kelebihannya apa? Notifikasi accepted atau rejected-nya hanya 1 minggu setelah Bapak Ibu submit, gitu ya. Kemudian publish online-nya 1 minggu setelah Ibu melakukan revisi. Jadi kalau pengen yang cepat memang di SNTI, tapi kalau kualitasnya pengen lebih bagus ya di JCF, tetapi jangan minta mengejar yudisium pengen publish gitu, itu malah kita tolak nanti seperti. Baik Bapak Ibu, demikian info sedikit tentang departemen kita. Sebagai penutup, saya harap nanti rangkaian plenary season, parallel workshop ya bisa membuka wawasan baru kita dan bisa fasilitasi kolaborasi lintas penelitian. Terakhir, saya ucapkan selamat mengikuti seluruh rangkaian ini, mulai nanti sesi pleno, workshop, gala dinner, site visit di proyek Jalan Tol Jogja-Bawen. Semoga berjalan lancar, kemudian menghasilkan ide-ide yang inovatif, memperkuat sinergi kita untuk memajukan infrastruktur Indonesia. Ya, sebagai penutup, mohon maaf apabila ada beberapa kekurangan di dalam kami menyelenggarakan kegiatan ini. Kemarin 2 hari yang lalu dikabarin ternyata liftnya rusak 1. Kita minta perbaikan, nanti sore baru bisa diperbaiki paling cepat. Gitu. Sehingga tadi saya yakin ada beberapa yang naik tangga termasuk saya, mohon maaf yang sebesar-besarnya. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Baik, kita berikan tepuk tangan kepada Profesor Zudi. Terima kasih banyak untuk sambutan selamat datang mewakili Kepala Departemen Teknik Sipil dan Lingkungan Fakultas Teknik UGM. Sekali lagi kami ucapkan terima kasih kepada Profesor Zudi Irawan. Baik, Bapak Ibu hadirin yang berbahagia, untuk selanjutnya tentunya acara yang kita tunggu-tunggu juga, kita akan dengan bersama keynote speech dengan tema Innovations in Risk Management Project Monitoring and Sustainability yang akan disampaikan oleh Direktur Jenderal Bina Konstruksi Kementerian Pekerjaan Umum Republik Indonesia yang dalam hal ini telah hadir secara daring bersama kita semua, dapat disaksikan sama di layar monitor. Dan untuk itu kami persilahkan dengan hormat Insinyur Abdul Muiz MT.
Baik, terima kasih. Yang saya hormati Kepala Departemen Teknik Sipil UGM, yang dalam hal ini diwakili Bapak Sekretaris Departemen. Kemudian yang saya hormati Bapak Ibu pimpinan dan sivitas akademika Universitas Gadjah Mada, Bapak Ibu panelis nasional maupun internasional, para praktisi industri, profesional, serta peserta workshop dan seluruh mahasiswa Universitas Gadjah Mada. Kemudian yang saya hormati delegasi dari perusahaan BUMN dan swasta di sektor konstruksi. Yang saya hormati organisasi profesional dan asosiasi teknik yang terlibat, serta tentunya para hadirin sekalian yang berbahagia. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan untuk kita semuanya. Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian, pada kesempatan yang baik ini, tentu izinkan kami untuk membersamai Bapak Ibu semua memanjatkan puji syukur kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, Tuhan yang Maha Kuasa, karena atas berkat rahmat, taufik dan hidayahnya, sehingga sampai dengan pagi hari ini kita masih diberikan kesehatan, diberikan kesempatan untuk hadir dalam acara Infrastructure and Construction Innovation Conference atau ICONIC serta seminar Nasional Teknologi Infrastruktur yang diselenggarakan oleh Departemen Teknik Sipil dan Lingkungan Fakultas Teknik Universitas Gadjah Mada. Tentu kesempatan ini merupakan sebuah kehormatan bagi saya berada di tengah-tengah para akademisi, para praktisi pengembangan proyek, profesional, serta mahasiswa pasca sarjana yang saya yakin memiliki kepedulian yang sangat besar terhadap kemajuan sektor konstruksi nasional. Oleh karena itu, saya menyampaikan apresiasi yang setinggi-tingginya kepada Universitas Gadjah Mada yang telah menginisiasi menyelenggarakan forum yang luar biasa ini, yang tidak hanya menjadi ajang berbagi pengetahuan dan pengalaman, tapi juga tentu akan mempererat jejaring kolaborasi antara dunia akademisi, dunia industri, dan tentu dengan pemerintah selaku pengambil dan pembuat kebijakan di sektor jasa konstruksi ini. Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian yang saya hormati, sebagaimana kita pahami bahwasanya Indonesia telah mengalami berbagai perkembangan yang sangat signifikan, khususnya di sektor konstruksi, terlebih di dalam 10 tahun terakhir ini. Pembangunan infrastruktur dinilai sangat penting karena memiliki beragam fungsi dan manfaat, diantaranya yaitu efisiensi biaya logistik, hingga dapat meningkatkan daya saing Indonesia. Kalau kita lihat, menurut hasil riset World Competitiveness Ranking menunjukkan bahwa peringkat daya saing Indonesia naik dari ranking 47 pada tahun 2017 menjadi ranking 27 pada tahun 2024. Hal ini tentu ditopang salah satunya yaitu meningkatnya daya saing infrastruktur kita yang naik dari ranking 77 pada tahun 2017 menjadi ranking 52 pada tahun 2014. Pembangunan infrastruktur juga memacu pertumbuhan ekonomi baru dan konektivitas sosial dan budaya. Kalau kita lihat dari data BPS tahun 2024, kontribusi sektor konstruksi dalam mendukung perekonomian Indonesia adalah sebesar 9,63% dari produk domestik bruto nasional. Sektor konstruksi menjadi sektor keempat terbesar setelah industri pengolahan, yaitu 18,52%, pertanian 13,78%, dan perdagangan 12,99%. Infrastruktur menjadi primadona untuk mengungkit sektor lainnya. Peluang masih sangat menjanjikan. Potensi pasar konstruksi Indonesia diproyeksikan akan tumbuh sebesar 5,5% dari tahun 2024 sampai 2029 dengan nilai kumulatif mencapai 11.900 triliun. Proyeksi ini tentu terlihat masih sangat optimis mengingat pada periode 2018 sampai 2033 pertumbuhan market output konstruksi cenderung menurun 1,1% dengan nilai kumulatif mencapai 9.400 triliun. Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian yang saya hormati, kita selalu mendengar bahwasanya dan kita ketahui bersama bahwasanya Presiden Prabowo memiliki visi pembangunan nasional yaitu bersama Indonesia Maju menuju Indonesia Emas 2045. Yang diwujudkan melalui 8 misi strategis yang kita kenal dengan Astacita, Kemudian didukung oleh 17 program prioritas nasional, 8 program quick wins, dan lebih dari 320 program kerja. Dari ke-8 misi tersebut, yang sangat erat hubungannya dengan tanggung jawab yang diemban oleh Kementerian Pekerjaan Umum, ada 5 misi, yaitu yang terkait dengan ketahanan pangan, energi dan air, kemudian ketahanan percepatan pembangunan infrastruktur dan percepatan lapangan kerja, kemudian yang ketiga yaitu pembangunan nasional, pembangunan sumber daya manusia, termasuk peran infrastruktur dalam menjamin akses terhadap pendidikan, layanan kesehatan, dan pelayanan publik. Kemudian pertumbuhan yang inklusif dari desa, dan yang terakhir terkait dengan pembangunan berkelanjutan dan berwawasan lingkungan. Untuk memberikan gambaran umum mengenai prioritas Kementerian Pekerjaan Umum di tahun 2025 sampai 2026, berikut ini kami rangkumkan target pembangunan infrastruktur yang terbagi dalam 4 sektor utama, yaitu sumber daya air, jalan dan jembatan, kemudian perumahan dan permukiman, serta infrastruktur strategis. Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian yang berbahagia, perlu menjadi perhatian kita semuanya bahwa kita tentu masih dihadapkan terhadap beberapa tantangan di dalam pengembangan industri konstruksi. Di antaranya yaitu inovasi teknologi konstruksi, peningkatan kompetensi sumber daya manusia konstruksi, dan pengelolaan risiko konstruksi. Indonesia masih tertinggal jika dibandingkan dengan negara-negara lain dalam hal pemanfaatan teknologi. Skor Digital Competitiveness Index Indonesia berada pada 60,36, yang lebih rendah daripada Singapura, tetangga kita yang terdekat, yaitu yang berada pada 97,44. Kemudian Malaysia 75,31 dan Thailand 70,53. Inovasi teknologi memang masih sangat menghadapi tantangan berupa ketersediaan biaya dan investasi di awal yang terbatas, kemudian kesiapan infrastruktur atau prasarana, dan dukungan regulasi yang memang belum memadai, dan kesadaran dan penerimaan dari para pemangku kepentingan yang belum terbentuk dengan baik. Untuk melaksanakan pembangunan infrastruktur yang berkualitas, tentunya dibutuhkan tenaga kerja konstruksi yang kompeten dan berprofesional. Permasalahan SDM konstruksi di Indonesia adalah terkait dengan sangat terbatasnya jumlah insinyur kita. Kalau kita lihat data dari PII hingga Januari 2022 terdapat 1,45 juta lulusan sarjana teknik, di mana setiap tahunnya itu bertambah sebesar 27.000 orang. Sehingga rasio sarjana teknik per 1 juta penduduk Indonesia itu hanya 5.300 orang itu merupakan sarjana teknik. Namun angka ini masih sangat jauh lebih rendah jika dibandingkan dengan negara-negara seperti Korea Selatan, itu sudah mencapai 25.000 orang, kemudian Amerika Serikat itu 20.000 orang, bahkan Vietnam ini sudah 9.000 orang, jadi kita masih 5.300 orang. Rasio yang rendah ini mengakibatkan terjadinya defisit insinyur, sehingga kesulitan mencari tenaga kerja kita yang kompeten untuk melaksanakan kegiatan-kegiatan pembangunan infrastruktur yang 10 tahun terakhir ini kita laksanakan dengan secara masif. Pengelolaan yang berikutnya adalah pengelolaan risiko. Pengelolaan risiko itu juga menjadi kunci keberhasilan pelaksanaan proyek infrastruktur kita. Walaupun sebetulnya Kementerian Pekerjaan Umum melalui Permen PU nomor 10 tahun 2021 tentang pedoman sistem manajemen keselamatan konstruksi itu sudah kita keluarkan, yaitu tentang keselamatan konstruksi yang dimaksud mencakup keselamatan keteknikan, keselamatan dan kesehatan kerja, kemudian keselamatan publik, dan keselamatan lingkungan tentunya. Prinsip-prinsip keselamatan konstruksi ini juga menjadi proyek dalam 3 kategori berdasarkan kriteria risiko, yaitu risiko besar, risiko sedang, dan tentu risiko kecil. Penyedia jasa juga harus menyusun dokumen identifikasi bahaya, penilaian risiko, dan penentuan pengendalian risiko dan peluang, yang merupakan proses mengidentifikasi bahaya, menilai dan mengindikasikan resiko serta menilai seberapa besar peluangnya itu terjadi. Tantangan yang dihadapi terkait pengelolaan risiko ini adalah kurangnya integritas manajemen risiko di dalam setiap tahapan proyek. Ketidaksesuaian antara rencana risiko dengan perubahan dinamika lapangan, belum adanya standar nasional khusus terkait manajemen risiko konstruksi, keterbatasan regulasi terkait dengan insentif maupun punishment terhadap pengelolaan risiko yang baik ataupun yang buruk, minimnya pemahaman dan kompetensi sumber daya manusia konstruksi terhadap prinsip dan metode manajemen konstruksi. Jadi memang terkait dengan pengelolaan manajemen risiko ini masih sangat kurang tingkat kesadaran dari para pelaku-pelaku jasa konstruksi kita. Yang ke depan tentu menjadi tugas kita bersama untuk bagaimana meningkatkan kesadaran pengelolaan terhadap risiko ini di dalam setiap pelaksanaan kegiatan pembangunan infrastruktur. Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian yang berbahagia, saya sangat berharap industri konstruksi kita dapat melakukan transformasi untuk melakukan perbaikan. Transformasi tersebut setidaknya mencakup transformasi regulasi, transformasi teknologi, manajerial, dan profesionalisme atau etika bisnis. Transformasi ekosistem konstruksi dimulai dengan reformasi regulasi yang mendukung inovasi dan keberlanjutan. Pemerintah dan lembaga terkait harus memperbaharui standar dan peraturan untuk memastikan bahwa praktek konstruksi modern dapat diterapkan secara efektif. Transformasi teknologi dapat dilakukan melalui adopsi dan inovasi digital. Teknologi digital menjadi pilar utama dalam transformasi ekosistem konstruksi, seperti penggunaan BIM, yang telah membawa revolusi dalam cara kita melakukan penyiapan desain dan mengelola proyek konstruksi secara lebih baik. Transformasi berikutnya yang tidak kalah pentingnya adalah transformasi manajerial, yaitu memimpin dengan efisiensi dan transparansi. Para pemimpin perusahaan konstruksi harus mengadopsi pendekatan manajemen yang lebih efisien dan transparan. Perusahaan konstruksi harus memastikan bahwa mereka memiliki struktur tata kelola yang kuat, termasuk transparansi dalam pelaporan keuangan dan operasionalnya. Terakhir, berbagai transformasi yang kita lakukan tidak akan berhasil jika tidak disertai dengan transformasi profesionalisme, yaitu peningkatan kompetensi dan etika bisnis. Ini berarti bahwa para profesional konstruksi harus terus meningkatkan kompetensinya. Mereka juga melalui kegiatan pendidikan berkelanjutan dan melalui kegiatan sertifikasi. Etika juga menjadi faktor kunci di dalam profesionalisme. Integritas dan transparansi harus menjadi landasan dalam setiap pelaksanaan kegiatan proyek pembangunan infrastruktur. Transformasi ekosistem konstruksi adalah perjalanan yang memerlukan komitmen dan kolaborasi. Saya mengajak, oleh karena itu pada kesempatan yang baik ini, saya mengajak semua pihak, semua hadirin, seluruh peserta untuk dapat menjadi pionir di dalam transformasi ini. Mari kita bersama-sama menciptakan masa depan yang lebih baik melalui karya-karya konstruksi yang tidak hanya membangun fisik infrastruktur, tetapi juga memperkuat fondasi keberlanjutan dan kemajuan sosial. Saya kira itu Bapak Ibu sekalian yang bisa kami sampaikan pada kesempatan pagi hari ini. Sekali lagi terima kasih kami sampaikan kepada pihak-pihak yang menjadi penyelenggara Universitas Gadjah Mada telah menginisiasi kegiatan ini. Mudah-mudahan kegiatan ini dapat memberikan manfaat bagi kita semua, terutama di dalam kemajuan jasa konstruksi nasional ke depan. Demikian, wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih Bapak Insinyur MT, Direktur Jenderal Bina Konstruksi Kementerian Pekerjaan Umum Republik Indonesia sudah menyampaikan keynote speech untuk kita semua. Bapak Ibu hadirin yang berbahagia, Industri konstruksi dan infrastruktur terus mengalami perkembangan pesat sebagai respon terhadap meningkatnya permintaan teknologi inovatif dan berkelanjutan. Dalam menghadapi berbagai tantangan global ini, tentunya kolaborasi antara akademisi, praktisi, dan pembuat sangat penting untuk menemukan solusi yang tepat. Untuk itu, dalam Teknik ini diselenggarakan untuk menghubungkan berbagai pemangku kepentingan di sektor konstruksi dan infrastruktur, menyediakan platform untuk mendiskusikan inovasi dan praktik terbaik yang dapat diterapkan di proyek-proyek masa depan. Dan pada kesempatan ini kita akan berdiskusi dengan para akademisi berasal dari berbagai belahan dunia, tentunya yang akan dipandu oleh moderator kita. Tapi sebelumnya kami akan memperkenalkan terlebih dahulu profil singkat dari moderator yang akan membantu sesi panel pertama yang akan menghadirkan 5 narasumber pada kesempatan pagi ini. Baik, ladies and gentlemen, this session will be led by a distinguished moderator, and let me read her CV first. Beliau adalah Ibu Tantri Nastiti Handayani STMN PhD, saat ini sudah duduk siap di depan saya. Meraih gelar sarjana dan magister dari Universitas Gajah Mada, kemudian melanjutkan pendidikan dan meraih gelar PhD dari Lingkungan University Thailand dalam bidang Construction, Engineering, and Management. Baik Bapak Ibu, hari ini sekalian langsung saja saya serahkan sepenuhnya waktu lebih 75 menit untuk dipandu oleh moderator kita. Kita sambut dengan tepuk tangan beliau untuk menghadirkan beliau ke depan. Inilah Ibu Tantri Nastiti Handayani STMN PhD.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to International Panelization, our first Infrastructure and Construction Innovation Conference, which this year we held alongside our national Simposium, Nasional Teknologi Infrastruktur or SNTI. My name is Tantri Handayani. I'm one of the member of newly formed Construction Project Management Research Group in the department, and I'm honored to serve as your moderator today. So today we are joined by team panelists from leading institutions around the world, and each of them will share insight and innovation regarding the construction development. So before we begin, I would like to welcome all of our speakers. The first speaker is representing our host institution. He is a dedicated professor and also taken important role in both national and international development, including chairperson of International Forum of Rural Transport and Development, head of Indonesia National Toll Road Development Agency, and co-chair of T20, a G20 engagement group regarding infrastructure investment. And I think one of the most important part is, most recently he has been appointed as acting head of Construction Project Management Research Group. So basically he's my boss. So please welcome to the stage Professor Danang Padikesit. Welcome to Iconic. How are you today, sir? Prof. Danang, maybe I gotta ask, from scale 1 to 10, how excited are you that we finally launching our very first Iconic? 11. Oh, 11. Okay. So our next panelist is from Trobe University, Australia, and I think before joining Trobe, he has academic position in several institutions, including University of Melbourne, Malaysia University of Science Technology, Teknologi University in Singapore, and I think that he's also founding member of Indonesia Australia Collaborative Research Construction, AICRC, established together with our colleague from ITB, Prof. Bimo and Prof. Abdur, who will join us shortly in another session. And I think since he has spent quite some time in Malaysia, selamat pagi Pak Tike.
Selamat pagi.
Apa kabar Pak Tike?
Kabar baik, kabar baik.
Thank you.
So you know
We
that
are
I can
honored to
speak
have you
Bahasa.
here, Pak Tike.
Okay.
Okay, our next panelist is from University of Melbourne. She began her career as structural engineer, research fellow, and also joined a lecture in University of Melbourne in 2021. Dr. Nilu Pahirath, it is a pleasure to have you here.
Pleasure to be here. So thank you so much for inviting.
Thank you, Dr. Nilupa. Joining us as well is Professor Chua Kim Hua David from National University of Singapore. He served as a professor in the US. I think Prof. David also contributed significantly to a large-scale infrastructure, including Singapore MRT project. Prof. David, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for inviting. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, so our final speaker in this panel is Prof. Fang Dongping from Tsinghua University. As published more than 200 journal paper in safety and risk, Prof. Fang is recognized as an Elsevier highly cited Chinese researcher and listed among Stanford University top 2% scientists for 5 consecutive years. Prof. Fang, thank you for being with us today. Okay, so for today's session, each speaker will be given 10 minutes for presentation, and following all the presentation, we will proceed with 15 minutes question and answer, and and all the question will be facilitated through Slido. So everyone, please feel free to submit your question using the QR code provided by the committee. I think we will share the QR code through the WhatsApp group as well. Okay, so I think let us begin with our first speaker. Without further ado, Prof. Danang, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Bu Tantri. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, thanks for the organizing committee, which is ourselves, to invite the speakers, and I appreciate the presence of the global speakers today. Coming from all the important countries that have excelled their construction project management expertise. And what I will do in the next 10 minutes is give you a landscape for setting up the scene of the challenges in construction project management, especially looking at risk management, as well as the infrastructure financing, with, again, to respond with the earlier speech by the DG of Construction Developments of Republic of Indonesia, which I think very important in addressing what is the future and what is the current state of the art of the construction developments in Indonesia, as well as the future challenges that needs to be addressed by all of us here, practitioners and industry players. What I would like to do is to go through a series of, not too many, 5 or 6 slides to show you why it is important to consider serious challenges that we face today in construction developments, as also in infrastructure developments in Indonesia. Next, please. Just to let you familiar with myself, I have the both education, research, as well as the development arena in Indonesian construction and infrastructure developments. My engagement with the Ministry of Public Works and managing the toll road of Indonesia has been very useful in being both on the infrastructure finance side, as well as the risk allocation, risk mitigation side of the investments in infrastructure. Next, please. What I will do is to go through these slides. First, I would like to speak about the landscape of infrastructure and construction in Indonesia. Earlier, the DG has established good foundation on good numbers of what is the current state of construction and infrastructure. But then I would like to look into what is the prospect for the next 5 years, which is very important for us, understanding about the dynamics in the construction industry, as well as providing the other speakers information about the knowledge about where we are today and where we are heading in the next 5 years. Next, please. First, let me reiterate what has been mentioned earlier by the DG, that the growth of construction market in Indonesia and in the last 5 to 10 years has been quite significant, and it was expected that we continue to grow at the rate of 5 to 7% per year, meaning that we are growing much more than the economic growth, which is very good in terms of creating demand for construction industries. However, when you look at the next, please. However, if you look at the numbers, 525 billion US dollars, we learned that 50% of this market is coming from government contract. 30% is coming from the SOE related projects, like ports, electricity companies, PLN, for example, Pertamina, engineering airports, railway companies. Those are 30% of the total construction market. The 20% is actually coming from the private sectors. Later on, we will hear from Pak Tatang, for example, how private sectors could play a very important role in delivering the construction industries into the market. But again, most of the market is actually coming from the government and government-related companies like SOE. So in total, 80% of the total market is still dominated by the government as well as the SOE. Recently, we have announced of 3 million new housing stocks, making the housing sector is very important for the next 5 years construction market. Next, please. Now we talk about the total market. Question is that where is the money coming from? Is it from Indonesian financial institutions or is it from foreign institutions? And we see that 10%, which is around 43 billion US dollars, is coming from the international financial institutions as a FDI. Meaning that I think we will recognize the growing importance of international players, international markets, enter into Indonesian construction industry and infrastructure business, which growth far more than the domestic market. Remember, I showed that the domestic market will grow 7%, but the international construction market in Indonesia will grow up to 17%. So, meaning that there's a growing interest of international markets to come into Indonesia and invest and do construction business in Indonesia. Now we talk about the structure of the construction business in Indonesia. 50 to 60% is again dominated by large state-owned companies of Karya, Wika, Utama Karya, Adikarya, PP, and so on and so forth. With 50% remaining is done by small contracting companies or national construction companies. When you look at the pictures on the right side, we see the growth of registered construction companies from 160,000 to now to 3 years ago is 203,000 companies. It's a big growth. But if you look at the size of the companies, it is small. The fact is that 70% of the total registered companies are small contractors. And they are suffering from the lack of access to technology, finance, and management skills. It's why I think this event, this conference, this workshop will be very important for us actually to develop a strategy to empower the small contractors. So there are scope of the access to both technology, of all technology, finance, and management skills. Now I would like to dive into where the money is coming from and where the money is used for. Next, please. So this is more drawing from the experience that I have had during my time at the Ministry of Public Works. When you look at the construction industries or construction financing or infrastructure financing in general, you will have 4 categories of financing needs. One, obviously, if you want to build something, you have to acquire the land. This is one fundamental aspect of any construction, any investment in infrastructure. Yeah, you need the land, and where the land is coming from. Mostly it's coming from the government budget. Now the big risk is that once the government budget is reduced substantially, I think we need to do something about how to provide land for constructions. The second is the equity financing. Equity financing is money coming from the project sponsor to make sure that it keeps the projects going, together with the debt financing coming mostly from the financial institutions. And you can see that now in Indonesia, there are already a menu, there are possibilities of getting source of funds for equity financing and also the debt financing, so diverse. So Indonesian government through various regulations has opened up possibilities for people to get money for the initial capital, as well as money for the debt of the loan financing. One thing that I think we need to still work on is on the risk financing. Of course, with the project going on, there are several risks associated with that. Tomorrow we will have a good workshops on the risk management construction project. I think very interesting to see what is going on over there tomorrow. But I think one of the big homework for us is to make sure that risk is properly addressed, identified, and again controlled as well as mitigated using the proper risk finance, risk guarantee, and including the residual risk guarantees. Now, what is the outlook for the next 5 years? Next, please. What is going up and what's going down? And this is part of the research that we did. Some of the sector infrastructure will be going up, and some of them are going down. I think it's very important to take into consideration what will be going up in the next 5 years, going down, or stagnant in the next 5 years. I think we can discuss this during our discussion later on. And last slides, please. So there are several challenges that I can mention here. One is being the commercial viability of construction projects. Throughout our research, we discovered that the construction industry has a very thin profit margins. So I think there's a lot to do with efficiency. Earlier, I mentioned in the earlier slides about the added values of the construction industry. We still have to work on that. And I think many people are working in the construction industries knows that the profit margin is very low. And then it is complicated by the debt overhang faced by state-owned companies for some years now. There are problems on the infrastructure, as well as the strategy or the policy of the construction company to jump too quickly. I think I apologize for the misspelling. Is it too quick? Is it double O? Too quick to jump into different industry play. I think probably if I look back, I think construction companies is too quick to jump into property and investments in the constructions. And again, our strategic recommendations based on our research is looking at how to de-risk the projects. Again, risks come up again and again. We have to improve the governance structure. And lastly, which is very relevant today, having iconic conference in Gajah Mada University is to have a better workforce. So with that, I will conclude the presentation. Thanks so much for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Danang, for the presentation. I think that Prof. Danang has set the tone on how the condition of Indonesian construction industry. Now we can start the discussion with our second speaker, which is Dr. TK Chen. Dr. TK Chen, you have 10 minutes to present. Yeah, we can
You can see the
your
slides
screen.
now? Right. Thank you
Yeah.
very much. Good
Yes.
morning, ladies and
Yeah.
gentlemen. First of all, let me say thank you for inviting me to speak at this iconic 2025 Infrastructure and Construction Innovation Conference. I am Dr. TK Chan from Trobe University in Melbourne, Australia, and I run the postgraduate program in construction engineering and management. Now, I was told to speak on the role of construction technology in enhancing sustainability aspects of infrastructure projects. I have shortened the title to just constructing sustainably. So let me, in 10 minutes, let me briefly cover some of the examples of sustainable practices in Australia today. And I think the main objective is to spark discussion on how the industry is adopting to sustainable practices here. So what I'm going to talk about is to introduce two sustainable building materials that we use extensively over here in Australia, to talk about green building design, and also to share my experience working with a major civil engineering contractor on their decarbonization program here in Melbourne. There are, of course, other topics that we can discuss, but given the 10-minute time constraint, I'm just going to discuss these 3 points. Now, an example of what we've seen over the last decade and a half is the increase or rapid increase in the use of mass timber buildings, basically using cross-laminated timber for building construction. And timber, as we know, is a renewable resource which captures carbon in the building for many decades, as opposed to other conventional building materials such as concrete and steel, which would require a lot of energy to manufacture. So this is an example of a cross-laminated timber building. We call that the North and South Apartments. It's a student accommodation. It's a 6-story student accommodation at La Trobe's Bandura campus, which was completed in 2020. This was built over a period of 12 months, which is very quick for a very large student accommodation building. What you see in the picture here is it's only one of 2 buildings. So they're built as 2 crescents, one C this way and another C on the other side of the plot of land. Now, so CLT today, as we know, captures carbon. It's stored into the material itself, and unfortunately, CLT today is still slightly more expensive compared to concrete or steel structures. So if you have a client that has a very high sustainability agenda, then they would be opting to use this material. Obviously, the timber as a timber material is not good if it comes in contact with the soil. So the ground floor was built out of reinforced concrete. Some of the staircases that also act as the structural core of the building was built out of structural concrete, and the floors and walls were made out of cross-laminated timber. So if you look at the picture on the right-hand side, you can see that the walls were all built out of cross-laminated timber. They were then propped with braces to keep them vertical before the slabs were put on top, right? So the ground floor structure is out of concrete, upper levels are all made out of cross-laminated timber. What I've done is also provided you with a link to a YouTube video for the entire design and construction process. So if you are interested to watch how this building was designed, planned, and constructed, I will share these slides later on, and you can just follow that link on YouTube for a 1-hour video of how this entire building was designed, procured, and constructed. What I need to also show you is that the elements were all prefabricated in a factory. It's very easily assembled at the project site. So the panels were simply screwed together, minimizing labor requirements. So this is one of the many cross-laminated timber buildings that we have today in Melbourne. Another material that I want to talk about is cement. Now, we all know that the manufacture of cement is very energy intensive. So any substitution of cement with supplementary cementitious materials will reduce its embodied CO2. Cement manufacturer here in Australia called Cement Australia today produces low carbon cement with about 30% fly ash component, which basically reduces the embodied CO2 by 30%. Now, if you look at the little graph in the middle here, low carbon cement generally has a slightly slower strength development compared to general purpose cement. So this becomes an important issue when contractors are relying on rapid strength development for some of the infrastructure or building projects. So basically, if they are looking for a very quick strength gain, low carbon cement may be problematic, right? So not fully applicable in all cases. But of course, for most general purpose use, low carbon cement with 30% fly ash would provide all the necessary characteristics. The next point I want to bring up is a change in our National Construction Code in 2022 to include a 7-star rating requirement for all new houses and apartments. This was implemented from the 1st of May 2024.
Itu tidak punya seleksi, tidak punya hukum. Sehingga makanya mengapa dalam pengawasan atau pengendalian proyek itu difokuskan untuk kegiatan yang berada di jalur kritis.
Can someone please mute? Okay, thank you. Now, so this was implemented from the 1st of May 2024. The main driver for getting residential houses and apartments to a minimum of 7 stars would basically mean that the architect has to orientate the building in the correct position, because in Melbourne, Australia, we have 4 seasons, so how the building is oriented is quite important. The other 2 main points that affects energy efficiency is the glazing on our windows and insulation for all the walls and roofs. So these are 2 or 3 of the main drivers for meeting energy efficiency ratings in residential homes. I also have to mention that all new homes do not have gas connections, right? So there is a prohibition for gas connections to all new homes, meaning to say that all our stoves and hot water will then be heated using electricity going into the future. And that also implies that our electricity grid will eventually turn more to rely on more renewable resources. This is a project that we are involved in. This is the Northeast Link project, where there are there's 3 project alliances that's building this Northeast Link here in Victoria. Today, it's one of the largest infrastructure projects in Melbourne, costing north of 20 billion Australian dollars, and we are expecting a massive cost overrun as well. It's comprised of 3 different parts. The tunnel is in the middle section, shown in dark blue. The northern connection is the M80 Ring Road completion that is being completed by AMA Alliance, and that is the group that we are working with. So what I want to do is talk about the sustainability aspects of the Northeast Link. The sustainability initiatives are distributed throughout the entire supply chain. It's also in the design, construction, and operations of the Northeast Link. What the government does, so this is a public project, what the government does is to maximize the positive contributions and try to minimize all the negatives. So what you see on this slide is basically trying to maximize the positives, meaning to say targeting initiatives that will show leadership in construction industry decarbonization policies. I won't spend too much time on the theoretical aspects of this. I think it's more important for us to talk about.
I hope that you can wrap your presentation.
Yep, sure. This is the first infrastructure project that has an internationally applicable standard for managing carbon. We are working with them, assessing how the fully electric piling rig, which is now running on site. So this is fully electric. It comes with a battery and can therefore run either on grid, generator, or generators on site. The other piece of equipment is this JCB electric telehandler. It again, fully electric, and it charges up using electricity that is delivered to site. Electricity is green power, which means that it's taken from the grid and it is fully renewable. Instead of using diesel generators, they've got a GEH2 hydrogen generator, and this is one of Australia's first zero-emission hydrogen generator delivering power to construction project sites. There are smaller hybrid generators, so this is Purple Pod, and let me just quickly show you my last slide. So what I want to talk about is that sustainability initiatives in the industry are today centered on materials, design, and construction processes. Now, construction being driven generally by clients, we try out these ideas, but a lot of these initiatives are driven by clients. So I think that's all I have to say today. I look forward to having a more detailed discussion with the audience later on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pak TK. I think today's seminar is held in Timber and Materials Laboratory, so it is related to your presentation. And I think two key takeaways from Pak TK presentation is that we moving towards sustainability by adopting materials and design, and not only for housing project but also large-scale project. Thank you, Pak TK, for the presentation. And now moving on to our next speaker, please join me welcoming Dr. Nilupa Herat. Dr. Nilupa, you have 10 minutes to present. Dr. Nilupa, we can see your screen, but I think it is backwards. We should see
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you see it now? Or is it still there?
Yeah, we can see your screen. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much for inviting. I'm very glad to be in the Iconic 2025. So, as most of you are aware, we are looking at the risk management aspects in construction projects. The topic that I have been given is innovative approaches and methodologies. So I'm Nilupa Herat. I'm a lecturer and education specialist at the Department of Infrastructure Engineering at the University of Melbourne. So today during this discussion, I'm planning to go through with some recent innovations and technologies what I have been used in around the world, the recent developments, and also what are the methodological frameworks and what sort of challenges we are facing in the construction industry in terms of collaboration between the research and the industry. So before I start with the topic, I would like to highlight the catastrophic recent incident that we had at Bangkok due to the earthquake impact. So during the construction, you have probably seen how the building collapsed during that earthquake. So these are risks that we cannot sometimes, prevent, but how we design our structures is important. So we have lost several lives due to these earthquake events. And what are the lessons we have learned is we need more resilient structures and, some regulations enforcement in terms of correct design practices. The previous one is during the construction, and also this is another recent catastrophic event happened in USA, the Baltimore Bridge collapse. That's also a structural failure due to an impact of a ship collision. The bridge was collapsed. So we can see, real-time monitoring and, proactive planning is important in terms of risk management in our structures, not only buildings, but also other probably products that we are looking at. Yeah, let's move on to the recent changes or drivers that are behind we need this new knowledge. So I have already shown some extreme events is one of the important aspects that we need. These are the drivers that we need for new knowledge, how we build resilient structures, manage risks due to these extreme events. And also the other main important thing is the geopolitical shifts. Probably this is one of the leading topics these days due to the geopolitical shifts. So this cannot be ignored in financial unpredictable situations and also supply chain disruptions. So these drivers we need to consider in our construction projects. This is applicable for every country in the world. And also towards net zero requirements, decarbonization, I wouldn't say it's a pressure, but decarbonization requirements, we need to transit the low carbon methods towards material introductions, like Professor Chan mentioned about CLT in building products. So these can provide some unfamiliar risks as well. So all these are some of the drivers that we can think of, but how we manage risks due to these drivers, that's what we need to understand as risk management professionals in the industry. And also why, this is another thing that we need to think of, why the traditional risk approaches are no longer enough. Looking at the complexity of the projects these days, most of the projects are very large and also multi-stakeholder projects, and it can be cross-border projects looking at different countries, different supply chain and complex supply changes and technologies. So these things has to be addressed in terms of risk management approaches, and also the change is very dynamic and it's very fast-paced as well. So in order to cater for these fast-paced changes, how we incorporate maybe the technology, that's where these traditional approaches are no longer capable of accommodating for these changes. And the traditional approaches, we probably have, the siloed risk management, we call it. We look at only the risk management or risks in disciplinary approaches, but now today's risks are more cross-functional, systematic. So that's why it's important we need more integrated and collaborated risk approaches. looking at these drivers and why traditional approaches are, not sufficient, I have selected two main recent innovations that have been used around the world. One is the digital tools and AI, how we can use AI in risk management, and also the other one is blockchain and smart contracts. So depending, this only two are selected because it's a 10 minutes, presentation. So you can see AI is something that we cannot ignore. How we can integrate AI into risk management, that's the important part that we need to consider. So you might have seen or you might have heard how we use AI and machine learning to predict, how the construction delays or what are the impacts on scheduling and things like that. And also how we can use digital twins to simulate our projects and, detect a real-time risks in these projects. And IoT sensors, BIM integrated risk mapping are some sort of examples how we can use AI in risk management. And also blockchains and smart contracts are also another innovative approach that have been used in the construction industry. But most of this AI has been used in construction and operation stage in some of the projects, but both blockchain and smart contracts at this stage, what I have seen is only at the planning stage. I'll show you a couple of examples how different projects around the world have used this technology. So this is an example in USA, Saflow Construction. They have used AI for safety management. They have used algorithms to take the photos of the workers, whether they are not wearing protective equipment, and having that images, and they compute the risk assessment or risk rating. And they have come up with the app, so they can measure the impact due to that, and then identify the impact and how they can reduce the incidents by looking at these risk patterns. So this is an example they have used using AI for safety management. Another example in Japan, they have used AI for design. The previous one is during the construction, but this is during design stage. They have come up with AI design technology to generate, this is only for design of facades, and they have come up with multiple models based on AI, automatically generated different facades, and they probably came up with the efficient design, so it can reduce the reworking of different designs and the cost associated with that as well. And in Australia, we have used sensors, the industrial smart sensors, to monitor the Sydney Harbour Bridge, how the vibrations and the temperature effects, and how we can monitor the long-term fatigue failures. These type of things are also part of the digital technologies that we can use in structures. So this is during the operational phase. So because most of the road infrastructure are very old in most of the countries as well. So that's why it's important we monitor the real-time data, we collect real-time data and measure those to mitigate the risks that could be, monitored. Another example, as I said, this is using blockchain. In Dubai government, they have used a blockchain and smart contracts during the Dubai Smart City construction projects. So what they have used, they have automated the permit approval. So when you look at the construction projects, it's not only during the project construction. So it's planning, project construction, operational, and all that. So what they have done, they have automated the permit approvals and the vendor and contract payments, and they have done the compliance checking using blockchain technology. And also I have been involved in one of the research projects that we did in Victoria as well, how we can automate these permit approvals using for building approvals, because in Victoria, different councils use their already available method to get the permit approvals. I was involved in another project, how we can automate these planning approvals in Victoria as well. And in terms of emerging technologies, technological frameworks that we can think of currently, how we can integrate or integrated risk management framework. So as I said before, it's not only a silo discipline now. We have to look at how we integrate different disciplines together and look at a holistic view of the potential risks and highlight those opportunities for improvements. That's very important. And also BIM integrated models. This is already available. I'm sure most of you are familiar with BIM, and how we can integrate risk into the BIM models is already available. They use the 3D, 4D, and 5D scheduling, risk assessment and all that. That's also available now. And also AI predicted models, how we can use historical project data to train this machine learning, and how we can predict early risks, in construction projects. These are some of the example tools that are currently available. Autodesk Construction IQ and ALICE are some of the commercially available AI-powered risk prediction methods that is available. So, as research,
I hope that you can wrap up your presentation.
Sure. Researchers, there are some, challenges that we have faced as the industry and the researchers. So sometimes, in terms of these AI and innovative approaches, sometimes the confidentiality data access is also a challenge. And also time restraints, technology transfer, and also misaligned objectives in terms of universities and the industry. So the key takeaway I'm asking the audience is risks are complex and it is evolving, and there are emerging global drivers for the new approaches. And investing in technology, training, and agile frameworks are the very important things. Thank you very much.
Very much, Dr. Nilupa. It is very interesting. Dr. Nilupa began the presentation by discussing the current event. I think that everyone know that there is a building construction projects collapse due to the earthquake in Thailand, right? In Thailand, and I think that due to the nature of the dynamic of construction project, I think that we need to accommodate that into the risk. And Dr. Nilupa proposing the risk management should accommodate AI, some technologies such as AI, sensor for structural health monitoring, and also BIM. Thank you very much, Dr. Nilupa. I think we need to move to the next speaker. Our next speaker is Prof. David. Prof. David, you have 10 minutes. The screen is yours. Oh, yeah. David, I think you're still muted. The Zoom is still muted. Okay. Yeah, we can hear you right now.
Okay, it's going to be a challenge to be able to do all this in 10 minutes, but I will be talking about implementing lean construction in projects, particularly about the two methods in reducing waste and actually making plan reliable. So this is just a little background of myself. I've now moved more into digital technologies, especially into even construction automation. I'm a co-founder of Lean Station, and I'm a CEO and founder of Genios. And you wonder, why am I doing more companies work? And that's because I'm semi-retired, and I think I would say that I would love to be able to implement the integrated lean project delivery projects. Okay, so that's my situation. Now, this is the outline of the talk. We'll start with why go lean, and then we'll talk about two methods in lean methodologies that I find that they are the backbone of lean transformation. And then I will take a look at the project gains that can be obtained with Lean Plan Do. That's a software that integrates the processes together. And we'll just mention briefly about change management. If you see the figure on the left, it's really about people before we can talk about the processes. And digital is actually the last part of the whole transformation. Now, why is change needed? You can see that projects are delayed, and we have 75% of projects are delayed. And even worse is that 50% experience serious delays, and this really has cost implications to contractors. Now, I've done a project that the LD is $160,000 per day. All right, and in terms of the overhead, it's 200 to 400,000 per month in almost every project. Then from the owner perspective, there's delayed launch, and also the interest on the money borrowed is also tremendous. So from this, we can see that it is worthwhile to really invest in the lean project delivery system. Now, what is wrong with the project performance, where all these delays is a broken planning system that we have been adopting these years. It is a situational awareness gap, which because of the dynamic nature of site. And there's realism gap because we do a phase planning mentality, and also we push schedules, right, without seeing how the schedules actually perform downstream. And then the bottlenecks, process flow variability, invariably all this leads to a broken planning system. And to be able to resolve this, I propose that we should have collaboration, visibility, a Kanban pool method, and a reliable planning. And that is given by the lean construction methodologies. Now, what do these numbers mean, right? Wouldn't have time to give you a guess, but it is 10% increase in profits to subcontractor. We have 20% increase in profits to main contractor. We have talked about very slim profit margin. This is going to be attractive. Actually, if we implement lean, increase in plant reliability is 40 to 60%, increase in productivity, 30%, 25% reduction in cycle time. These are some examples that I have working in Singapore. You can see for factory development, it is 30% actual productivity gain. And for jetty construction is 27% actual productivity gain. BCG has said this, large productivity improvements can be achieved by optimizing existing processes. The broader use of lean principles and methods, for instance, could reduce completion times by 30% and cut costs by 15%. So that is the case for lean construction implementation. Now, there are common methods to manage productivity. I've asked my students over the years, and they come back with this, but we all know that they don't address the key issues. So what are the key issues? What are the cost-effective methods? And I want to just address two. One is to adopt a value-adding mindset where we can eliminate waste or muda using the tech planning method, and then implement a reliable planning strategy. And I call it Hejunka, or smooth production, with the last planner system, right, the LPS. Now, what's the essence of tech planning? If we just boil it down to this, you can see the original cycle time. That's the gray ones. The dark gray are the actually value-adding activities. They are the ones that bring value to the process. And then the others are non-value-adding activities, and they comprise mainly rework, processing waste, and even what we call the waiting. Now, if I can address the non-value adding, I can see that the cycle time is reduced. So the tech time planning is how do I reduce cycle time by making sure that there will be no waiting or any waste in the process. Now, this is one project that I'm starting to do. We have a tech planning with intelligent lifting frame by Genios. That's the company that I'm involved in. And okay, this lifting frame is able to increase productivity with 6 degrees of freedom manipulation with this frame without using the crane to manipulate. And there will be less manpower, shorter time. Now, all this productivity gain is tremendous, but why tech planning? Because if there's a lot of waiting for the precast modules to come, waiting for the site to be prepared on top of the building, this is going to waste all the productivity gains with this lifting frame. So now this is the tech planning that we have started to do for a single level in this block. And then we can see that there's a zone A, zone B, and we have to order the activities and to reduce that waste. And that's the idea of tech planning. Now, the other method is what I call the last planner system. And the fundamental of it is the idea of managing constraints for smoother production. If the constraints are labeled here as green and yellow, yellow means it's not done yet. And you can see that if this is not dealt with, you can see the schedule being just delayed. So there are 3 causes generally in terms of delays. And that's one is the technical readiness, and then there's site readiness, and there's commitment and competence is the third part of it, which means that they have committed to something, but they have not been able to perform it. So how do we do that? There is a should do and look ahead planning. That's the last planner system. And I've broken up into a shielded plan, a weekly work plan, and finally a commitment, a plan that is going to be done. And then we measure that, and with commitment, competence measurement. And all these things can be actually measured. And the overall in this example here is 65% of what should be done. And all this is, it can be broken down to technical readiness, site readiness, and commitment levels of poor resolution of the performance. So this is the identifying for the intelligent lifting frame that we're going to do. We need to be able to trace the precast units itself. How are they being produced? And this will be linked to the activity in the look ahead. And we can see that any delay will then link up to a potential delay, and we can be seen. Now, the Lean Plan Do has modules like this. And now, besides the Lean Plan Do project, which is the key of it, there is the flow, which manages the work processes. And then there is the Lean Plan Do BEAM, if you want to integrate with BEAM, Lean Plan Do reports, which is retrieval of the reports, saving about 80 to 90% time in just preparing reports. There's Lean Plan Do site, which allows it to do, on the mobile phone or tablet, you can be able to access plans and to-do list. And then Lean Plan Do Insights, which gives insights into the reasons for the delay. Now, Lean Plan Do processes starts from site, and it escalates through to the management level, and we can capture the flow and productivity at each of the levels. These are some featured projects we have done. Actually, we've done about 90 over projects now, a small and mega type of projects. And these are some of the projects that we have. Yes, just a few more slides. Here we have one Pongo Digital District, which is, we can handle here 28 activities in the master plan. Now, resistance to change and implementing Lean, these are the 2 things that I believe is important to be able to implement Lean properly. Because you're afraid of transparency, management's view of project indices. Now, the implementing Lean, we definitely need to appoint and support a Lean champion. okay, and follow through the planning process, and hand-holding sessions are important. Now, these are the gains in Lean Plan Do. 28%
David, I hope that you can wrap up your presentation.
10% time saved in construction duration. And then these are the other gains, the common alignment with stakeholders, greater visibility, faster troubleshooting, and then improved teamwork, and then insights available and anytime, anywhere, so that we have reliable root causes analysis and decisions. And that's basically what it is. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Prof. David. I think lean action is also interesting topic in which we know that it increased productivity, reduce significant duration and also costs. And it is very interesting that you mentioned that Lean open a big opportunity to integrate with other technologies such as AI and BIM. Thank you very much, Prof. David. So last but not least, I would like to welcome Prof. Fang from Tsinghua University, China. Prof. Fang, you have 10 minutes to present. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear and see my screen? Can you see my screen and hear my voice?
We haven't seen your screen.
Not yet. Oh, sorry. Give me a minute. I saw it's on the screen, but why? Let me see.
Oh, now it's done.
Is that okay?
Give me a minute. Okay. We see your presentation.
You have my screen?
Yeah. Yes.
You can see my screen and hear my voice.
Yes, you can see your screen. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning. I'm real privileged to be invited by Professor Da Nang and the organizing committee to share with you in 10 minutes what we are thinking and doing on construction safety. And this is my real honor because this is the first time for me to speaking at an Indonesian events. So, this is the outline of my presentation. Since the time is limited, I get to go through very quickly. So now the urbanization is the world trend in many decades, has been many decades already. So in the same time, the deaths and health issues in our construction also it's a very big challenge in the world. So we have collapsed and killed people in China, in Hong Kong, in Thailand, in the USA, in Singapore, everywhere in the world. So this is a huge challenge. But on top of this, the emerging technologies, especially the improvement in construction, also brings us new challenges for safety management, such as the human factors, the transformation of accident management focus, and the emerging safety concerns due to the robotics in our construction. So we spent decades to look at why the accident happened. If you look at the right side of in the figure, the management is one of the way for us to reduce the unsafe behaviors. On the other hand, safety technologies also help to decrease the accidents. However, in the past decades, we didn't see significant decrease in fatalities. So we start to look at on top of the BBS, we start to talk about the cognitive process that influence or induce the unsafe behaviors. So we call it CBS, this cognition-based safety. This is what I'm going to talk today. So based on the fundamental cognitive failure model we developed about 10 years ago, we start to identify the causes of the unsafe behaviors through the cognitive process. So two kinds of the failures was identified. The first is we call the unintentional failure, and another one is the intentional failure. So these two kinds of failures based on the different part of the cognitive process. And based on this understanding, we start to look at the fatigue issues that influence the unintentional failure. It's included the physical fatigue and the cognitive fatigue. These two are major causes of unintentional failure of the workers that cause the behavior failure. Intentional failure include the safety culture that influence the safety consensus and the safety leadership that influence largely the safety culture of an organization. So based on this understanding, we developed a so-called LCB approach, that is the leadership-driven safety culture construct process to improve the safety behavior based on the cognitive failure studies that we have done in the past years. And based on this process, we are trying to further decrease the incidents on the construction site. So theoretically, it is a cognition-based safety plus the LCB approach we developed. So based on this, we start to develop the relevant technologies to help us to implement on a construction site. Again, based on the fundamental understanding, we've developed various kinds of the early warning technologies. This represents the three of them as the early warning, including the cognitive fatigue recognition and the early warning algorithm. We installed it into a helmet, and we also use the computer vision technologies for identify the hazards on the construction site. In the same time, we also developed the safety culture and the safety leadership measurement and improvement tools on the software and the standard to improve the control of the intentional unsafe behavior. And in the end, we integrate all of them together on the cloud as we call it the Be Safe. It's an AI safety management system. And we implement the system in quite a number of the projects in China and in Hong Kong as well. So this one was win us the award in Hong Kong, International Grand Prize for Construction Innovation 3 years ago. And in the past 3 years, we further developed the system into safety AI agents. Try to use this to implement to really help our site safety management. So this is the structure of the technology. And this example, we use it on the mobile phone.
Submit hazard voice. After recognition, visit the web page and modify. 3. Enter checklist for hazard list. 4. Generate daily training content based on hazards.
So I get to stop here because it takes time. So by more than 2 years implementation, now we not only can improve the site management, but we also can decrease the cost of the site management because we use the AI agent to replace the man hours on the site management. So this is an example. We use it to for a very unique project. That is a steel tree up to about 60 meters high, located in Xi'an. The project has already delivered. So we kept record of the 0 accident on this site. So we start from the design and the construction of the unique structure, steel structure, and we installed the monitoring sensors, CCTV cameras. We used RFID technologies, all the technologies we think benefit to the project. And during the whole process, we can have the 80% of coverage of the areas of monitoring. And the accuracy rate was up to 95% of the hazards and the unsafe behaviors. And we installed sensors on the tower crane and mobile crane as well. And we had recorded the decrease of the the safety hazards on the site and improved the performance based on our generative AI agents. We installed every worker use this on the site to identify their hazards and receive the safety training on the sites. We implemented the Be Safe system in a very big project in Hefei city, and in many projects in a company called Beijing Urban Construction Group in China. This is the distribution of the projects we used. So this is all I try to share. It's very quick because of the time limit. So I hope I'm not overrunning the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Fang, for the presentation. I think very insightful, as a safety is not just wearing protective equipment, but he introduced LCB, Leadership Cognitive Behavior Measurement System, and has been implemented project. Thank you very much, Prof. Fang. So I think we will now open for discussion. We move to Q&A session. As a reminder, we use Slido, so please submit your question to our Slido. But to begin the discussion, I think I would like to reflect by mentioning that I think that everyone from our place today mentioned that we are collectively moving forward digital construction, like from lean, from race, everyone integrated with digital construction. And we know that this transition offers many opportunities. I think there are also challenges that we face. And I think that in order to accelerate the adoption, we need effective strategy. So I need to hear from everyone on what do you think about, what do you think is the key value or the key element of this strategy? Maybe we can start by Prof. Danang. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I would like to have the chance to speak first on the panel. I think when it comes to digital technology, I mentioned earlier about the fact that 70% of our construction players are small companies, and to our knowledge, the possible leapfrogging of the small companies is on those three areas. One is the access to technology, especially on the digital technology, improve access to financing, and the third one is management skills of those companies. And I see the leapfrogging of those companies, capacity of those companies, will rely on whether they can adopt the new technologies and implement those technologies. So I think from our perspective, from Indonesian perspective, it's very important for the government to start initiating those kind of adoptions. Obviously, the university can play a big part of introducing those kind of technologies. I think I will probably set the scene for other experience from other countries as well.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Danang. So there's three takes: access to technology, financing, and also management skill. Okay, I think I move to Pak Tike. Pak Tike, what's your view on this strategy? What's your recommendation?
Thank you for the question. My take on digital technology is, if you look at it from a contractor's perspective, they are always looking at return on investment. So are they able to earn additional profits if they were to invest in these digital technologies? Now, today, there are several countries. Let's take BIM as an example. There are several countries that have mandated the use of BIM. And because of that, the contractors, designers, and almost everyone within the construction industry is forced to invest. That cost is not directly absorbed by the industry, but it's actually passed on to its clients. So you have to identify who eventually pays for digital technology, right? And I believe it is usually the clients who have to foot the bill. So as long as the industry accepts that the cost has to be passed to someone else, because the construction industry is only contracted to deliver a service. They are very rarely clients for themselves. So someone must, at the end of the day, pay for technology. I will leave the question of access and other topics to other speakers. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Pak Tike. So I think he mentioned about client requirement, and it's also who's going to bear the cost. The sharing cost will be important take. What about you, Dr. Nilupa? We'd love to hear your thoughts about this.
Yeah, thank you so much. So as the other two speakers, I would like to highlight on the data access, also looking at the digital technology or developing AI-based algorithms, or how we can, use innovative technology in terms of construction industry. Accessing data is one of the problems I think we all probably face in terms of researchers. And due to this confidentiality, data and commercial sensitivity, some companies probably do not want to share some data in terms of, generating or developing the new technology. I think that's where we need to have a collaborative approach, how we can, use this data in terms of, for the future of the construction industry. So I would like to highlight that part.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Nilupa. So I think access to the data will be important to enhance our strategy on moving to digital construction. So what about you, Prof. David? We hope you can share your perspective regarding the strategy.
I think to just maybe add two perspectives. One is the aspect of upgrading the skills of the industry, which means that I think the IHL or some other education organization can actually push this out. And this has to be worked closely with the government. Second would be, I would say that it is more than just introducing a technology. There needs to be a change in the process of using that technology. Otherwise, we are just using a very large hammer to hammer a small nail, or power to drive a small nail type of thing. But so the process has to be changed. And that probably requires a little bit more of hand-holding to be able to bring about this change in the culture and the process.
Okay, thank you, Prof. David. We need to, there should be a collaborative between the academic and also industry and also government to improve the skills. I think change management also important to moving toward the technology. Finally, Prof. Fang, what's your insight on this UNE? You can maybe you can share your thoughts.
Okay, I think just as I presented, we are trying to fully use of the digital technology and all the emerging technologies to improve our site safety. Because today's one of the keywords of today is the risk. That's why I choose safety as one of the topic. I think this is a real challenge because the construction industry, no matter in what kind of country, suffers almost the top deaths in the on the site. So and technology-wise, construction industry is always delayed comparing with other industry. So this made us in a dilemma to recruit talented people to work in this industry. So using the digital technology to improve site safety is not only to protect the workers, our workers from the injuries, but also related to the future of the industry. In China, we are now suffering the huge decrease of the willingness of our young students to choose construction as their career. So we have to change the industry to make it there's a radical change, including using the robots for construction to upgrade our technology and the image as well as the image of the industry to make it an attractive industry and make the people working in this industry safer, healthier, and happier. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I think key takeaways from you is that in terms of safety, we move toward the digitalization. We need to make sure everyone understand that we're not just protecting the worker, but also we need to keep the future of construction industry. Very interesting. I need to move to the next question. This question is from the audience. It has the large number of likes, so I think everyone wants to ask this question. It's about the regulatory changes. I think everyone can answer in terms of safety, in terms of lean technology, and also maybe risk. Maybe I think that everyone can share their thoughts or perspective on how your experience maybe on how do you manage to keep moving forward while there is challenges in terms of regulatory. Okay, maybe we can start from Prof. David. Maybe you can share your thoughts.
Sorry, again, the question again, the fundamental question is change, is it? How to keep on, what is that? Can I? So
we need to, we have so many innovation in construction, but also we have to face a challenge in which our regulation is keep changing. So on how we manage those dynamic changing in construction.
Okay. Now, just maybe I speak just on the aspect of BIM adoption, maybe even in Singapore. If we see that in order to manage the changes, so the mandatory is not levied on all projects, only a certain size first, because then the bigger boys can actually take the lead, and they have the ability to be able to do the change that is required to adopt, to move into the digital technologies. So I have to be careful in pushing any requirements. So even the same thing with lean, I think the aspect of lean also cannot be pushed by the government without understanding whether the industry is ready with the personnel to use it, and also whether the technology is even mature, all right, to be able to implement it without any hiccups. Because any experimental work using any project, the moment there is a negative feeling about the technology, it will take another few more years to be able to recover from the setback. Does it make sense?
Okay. Thank you, Prof. David. I think that one of the key takes is that we need to consider the maturity of our industry and also the technology that we adopt, so that the changes in regulation can be in line with this maturity. I think that's a good key takes. Moving to Dr. Nilu Pahirat, I think in terms of risk, do you have any experience on how do you still manage this while there's changes in regulation?
Yes, I think in terms of regulatory requirements, I think that's very important if we introduce, regulatory requirements. So clearly, for the project. So in terms of, if I look at the sustainability aspects, if we look at the sustainability aspects in Australia for construction projects, there are some regulatory requirements. As Professor Chan said, for buildings, we need to, have at least 7-star buildings. So that type of, requirements are there. And also for construction projects, they need to come up with some sustainability reporting for projects. So these are some of the examples that how we can introduce some requirements, regulatory requirements to become a project more sustainable. This is only related to sustainability aspects. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Nilupa. I think we can move to Pak Tike. Pak Tike, do you have any insight on this?
Thank you very much. Okay, let me address one issue about innovation and regulations. Developing countries are always very keen to see what innovations or what technologies or initiatives can be copied or can be adopted or modified from developed economies. I have worked in developing countries. I've also had experience living in Australia and the UK. And my advice to developing countries is don't blindly copy. You have to conduct your own analysis to see what capacities you have. And my own research on construction inputs indicate that you have to choose the correct technology that suits your particular industry. Now, of course, in areas of safety, in areas of digitalization, it's quite clear that you will try to adopt the best technologies to prevent accidents on construction sites. But in terms of innovation, like what technology to use to build, you have to see what resources are available within your own country instead of just shopping around the world and copying the best technology that you see from developed economies, because our economic position is very different from yours. Our labor cost is very high. So we are always looking for solutions that reduce labor, and you have a different priority. Okay, so you are a country of nearly 300 million workers or 300 million citizens. So you have to think very carefully what works for you as compared to just copying from developed economies. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Patike. So I think we need to find the uniqueness of our construction and then find the correct technology to adopt it. Moving to Prof. Fang. Prof. Fang, do you have any takeaway on this?
Yeah, I think I fully agree with what the Professor Chen commented. We have been developing for several decades. We have the same program. Not only the technologies, but also the regulations cannot be blindly copied or used, because in each country the land is different, the culture is different. So it's nonsense to directly copy anything. But on the other hand, the technologies either matured from the developed country or even brand new to the world. We always need to be very careful to choose them. I always use an example. When you sit on the table, what kind of the tools you use, forks, knives, or chopsticks, depends on what kind of food you are going to have. If you were served with a soup, a cup of soup, you cannot use chopsticks to make it. So for each of the country, we have our specific environment. We have specific technologies. So how to choose the suitable tools to solve our problem is the most important thing we need to think about. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's the same. We find the uniqueness of our country. Maybe Prof. Danang, you have insight on this?
Yeah, just a quick one. A couple of years ago, I attended a PhD dissertation defense at University of Indonesia. And one of the key takeaway from that defense, PhD defense, is that one of the enemy of innovation is regulation. So that shows that I think you have to have certain ways of managing your innovations, and you have to have a certain ways of managing regulation in both ways. So I think, and in between those two, I think we have also something that has not been mentioned, which is the industry standards. Right, so if there's often said regulations needs to be adaptive to a new kind of technology. But I think from the industry side, I think they have to come up with the agreed so-called standards on the industry practices. That includes the innovation of either artificial intelligence use or any other proven the so-called proven technologies. Only with that, I think the industry could work together with the regulators to set up a new standard or to set up a new regulation that is adaptive to a new kind of technology. I think those sides have to work together to make sure that any regulation is put is also having the industry standard, but on the other hand, the industry should also prove themselves that the new technology that is trying to be implemented has to have an agreed among themselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Danang. I think the industry standard has been mentioned, so I think we can move, we can explore this area. Before we wrap up the session, I think the time is very limited, and I think the time is up, but there is a very interesting question by the audience and also by myself. But I hope that you can answer it with a very short answer, maybe 2 or 3 words. The question is, if you were advised the Indonesian construction stakeholder, either the government or the construction, what will be your top recommendation to accelerate the project planning and delivery? Maybe we can start with Pai. Pak Tike, would you give us, if you were advise the Indonesian project stakeholder, either the government or the contractor, what will be your top recommendation?
Okay.
Maybe with short answer.
Very short answer. Train your workers.
Yeah.
Provide plenty of training. Okay. Provide plenty of training. Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Train your workers.
Thank you, Pak Tike.
Okay.
What about you, Dr. Nilova?
Maybe the skill development. The same goes with skills.
Yeah, we need to improve the skills of worker. What about you, Prof. David?
Besides what has been said, one more thing that we can do is, do a road show, or rather publicity, with the key players in the industry who can actually be able to lead that block, the people along. Yeah.
Okay, so collaborative.
Yeah.
Okay, so collaborative with the construction industry player. So what about you, Fang? Thank you.
Yeah, no matter what kind of the things you are going to do it safely.
Do it safely. Okay, what about you, Prof. Danang? This is to wrap up our session.
I was actually looking at the role of the DG of construction developments. I think from us, the tone from the top is very important. So I think we need to have a very strong message from the government regulators that we are moving forward.
Okay, we are moving forward. Okay, thank you very much for all the speakers. It is very insightful discussion today. So I think that's it for today's session. Thank you very much, Pak Tike, Dr. Nilopa, Prof. David, and Prof. Fang. I hope that we can see you in person, and we're looking forward for our future collaboration. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. So I think that's it for today. Thank you everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Baik, kita berikan tepuk tangan sekali lagi Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian kepada moderator kita. Terima kasih banyak Ibu Tantri Nastiti Handayas yang PhD dan juga para pan kita. Dan sebelum berpindah ke tempat lainnya, kami mohon kepada moderator dan juga panelis untuk tetap berada di atas panggung, karena ada terima kasih dari Departemen Teknik Sipil dan Lingkungan kepada panelis kita yang hadir secara langsung di tempat ini. Disilahkan untuk menyerahkan cenderamata kepada Sekretaris Departemen Teknik Sipil dan Lingkungan. Kami hadirkan Prof. Yudi Irawan untuk dapat menyerahkan kenang-kenangan kepada Prof. Danang Parikesit, dan selanjutnya nanti akan ada sesi foto bersama. Baik, mewakili semua panelis, kami ucapkan terima kasih kepada Prof. Danang Parikesit. Untuk panelis lainnya nanti akan dikirimkan e-certificate sebagai tanda berpartisipasi sebagai panelis di acara Teknik 2025 SNTI ini. Terima kasih, kami persilahkan untuk kembali ke tempat masing-masing karena kita akan melanjutkan sesi kita dengan sesi panel kedua. Baik, Bapak Ibu hadirin yang kami hormati, kita memasuki sesi panel yang kedua, yaitu sesi panel nasional. Dan di sini akan kita simak, nantinya akan ada 4 panelis yang akan bersama kita semuanya memberikan insight-insight mereka. Dan tentunya dalam sesi panel nasional ini dipandu oleh moderator kita. Saya akan bacakan terlebih dahulu profil dari moderator kita. Baik, beliau adalah Insinyur Angga Trisna Yudhistira STMN. Jika sudah hadir di sini, boleh kita berikan tepuk tangan terlebih dahulu Bapak Ibu sekalian. Beliau meraih gelar sarjana dan magister di Universitas Gajah Mada dan saat ini menempuh pendidikan program S3 bidang ilmu manajemen proyek konstruksi. Untuk selanjutnya saya serahkan sebenarnya waktu 1 jam maksimal 60 menit kepada Insinyur Angga Trisna Yudhistira. Terima kasih, disilakan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah, puji syukur kehadirat Tuhan Yang Maha Esa, kita semua bisa berkumpul di sini dan saya senang dan bangga sekali bisa berada di sini di tengah-tengah orang-orang hebat, kami, guru-guru kami dalam acara Iconic Infrastructure and Construction Innovation Conference 2025 dan sekaligus yang pertama sekaligus sebagai simbol diresmikannya KBK Manajemen Proyek Konstruksi di DTLSL FT UGM. Dan pada sesi kali ini izinkan saya Angga Trisna untuk memoderatori sesi diskusi panel dengan nasional panelis. Dan bos dari panel session ini adalah kita bisa berdiskusi bersama baik dari akademisi, praktisi, dan seluruh stakeholder di industri konstruksi. Kita bersama-sama menggali strategi dan tantangan yang kita hadapi ke depan, tentunya di manajemen proyek infrastruktur untuk menghasilkan kolaborasi serta pengembangan infrastruktur berkelanjutan. Tidak berpanjang lebar, saya akan membacakan panelis kita. Profil dari panelis kita yang pertama, beliau adalah Bapak Insinyur Abdul Haris Tatang, MSc IPU. Beliau alumni Universitas Gajah Mada, jurusan Teknik Sipil, dan beliau melanjutkan pendidikan master di University of Birmingham. Dan saat ini beliau menjabat sebagai Presiden Direktur PT Ceria Nugraha Indotama, salah satu perusahaan tambang yang terkemuka di Indonesia, dan beliau juga punya pengalaman lebih dari 30 tahun di sektor konstruksi. Beliau pernah menjadi komisaris di PT PP Tol Semarang Demak, PP Properti, PP Energi, dan pernah menjadi direktur EPC di PP, serta mendapatkan banyak penghargaan di sektor EPC Power Plant. Untuk itu kami mengundang Bapak Abdul Haris Tatang untuk bisa bersama kami ke depan. Kita beri aplaus untuk Tatang. Baik, selanjutnya untuk panelis kedua yaitu Profesor Insinyur Bimo Wuryanto Sumardi, MSc PhD. Beliau menempuh pendidikan S1 TB, kemudian melanjutkan S2 di University of Michigan, Amerika Serikat, dan S3 di University of Kentucky, Amerika Serikat. Beliau ini menjabat sebagai Dewan Pengawas di Ikatan Ahli Manajemen Proyek Indonesia. Beliau adalah guru besar di Institut Teknologi Bandung, juga saat ini sebagai Head of Construction and Infrastructure Management Research Group. Baik, kami persilakan Prof. Bimo untuk bisa hadir ke depan. Kita beri aplaus untuk Prof. Bimo. Baik, untuk panelis ketiga yang hadir bersama kita secara daring, yaitu Reni Wirahadi Kusuma, MSc PhD. Beliau menempuh pendidikan S1 di Teknik Sipil ITB, kemudian beliau melanjutkan S2 dan S3 di Purdue University, Amerika Serikat. Beliau adalah guru besar di Institut Teknologi Bandung dan menjabat sebagai rektor di Institut Teknologi Bandung periode 2020-2025. Beliau juga bagian dari kelompok riset kolaborasi IACRC, Indonesia Australia Collaborative Research on Construction. Selamat siang, Bu Reni.
Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Bu Reni, terima kasih juga para panelis berkenan hadir. Ini karena Bu Reni sudah hadir, izin saya mengucapkan selamat Hari Kartini kepada Bu Reni, semua wanita-wanita hebat yang insya Allah akan memajukan konstruksi di Indonesia.
Amin.
Baik, terima kasih Bu Reni. Baik, pohon cemara rindang sekali pergi ke Jogja lihat Merapi. Senang sekali berada di sini, mari kita mulai sesi diskusi. Baik, untuk sesi berikutnya akan ada pemaparan singkat, insight singkat terkait beberapa topik. Waktunya sama dengan international panelis, mungkin mohon izin 10 menit Bapak dan Ibu, karena kita waktunya sudah terbatas. Mungkin kita izin panelis kita akan selesai sesi kedua nanti di 12.30 ya. 12.30, harapannya nanti kita bisa diskusi dengan interaktif melalui fitur Slido yang sudah share oleh panitia ya. Dan tidak berpanjang lebar lagi, kita akan mendengarkan paparan singkat insight dari Bapak Insinyur Abdul Haris Tatang tentang bagaimana pengalaman beliau mengelola proyek-proyek EPC, terutama di sektor hilirisasi industri. Dan beliau profilnya ada sebagai lulusan sipil, termasuk nanti mungkin kita bisa melihat tantangan-tantangan dan juga peluang yang beliau hadapi dalam mengelola proyek smelter di masa depan. Oke, untuk itu kami persilahkan Pak Abdul Haris Tatang. Boleh Pak, di sini, di sana boleh, di belakang sana. Oke. Kita beri aplaus untuk Pak Tatang.
Terima kasih. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya mohon maaf mungkin berdiri karena lihat tayangan. Jadi seperti tadi sudah disebutkan bahwa saya datang dari praktisi. Jadi kalau dari tadi pemaparannya banyak para akademisi, saya dari orang real side, real lapangan. Puluhan tahun saya ada di lapangan, mulai dari karir paling bawah sampai paling atas sudah saya lalui semua, tapi praktisi ya. Jadi mungkin yang saya akan paparkan adalah sharing sebagai praktisi, dan khusus pada pagi ini mungkin adalah yang mau saya ceritakan adalah lebih cenderung bagaimana teknik sipil intervensi ke metalurgi. Ini sebuah tantangan yang baru. Dan bagaimana kita berperan di hilirisasi. Tadi diterangkan di sebelum Pak ini tentang cita-citanya Pak Presiden di nomor 5-nya adalah hilirisasi. Di situ saya sekarang berada, dan dulu saya lahir di sini. Jadi saya ngerayai lah kasarannya bahasa Jawanya ke bidang metalurgi. Dan ini tentu tantangan yang luar biasa, risikonya besar sekali, ilmu baru, dan akan banyak penerapannya di sekarang. Tadi di panel sebelumnya juga Profesor Danang menceritakan bahwa ada yang up dan yang down. Salah satu yang up adalah konstruksi di bidang pertambangan, yang tol dan lain-lain sudah turun. Jadi mungkin ini saya membuat insight baru buat teman-teman di sini di kampus untuk sama-sama kita bangun negeri ini. Saya mulai dulu dari slide pertama. Jadi saya di PT Ceria Nugra Indotama, sebuah perusahaan pertambangan yang murni anak bangsa. Bahkan saya sedang mengurus sekarang smelter merah putih dengan mengurus hak paten ya, smelter merah putih, karena benar-benar ini kami buat anak-anak bangsa kita sendiri. Saya nggak orang asing, kalaupun ada orang asing saya bayar dia. Jangan lagi terjadi kayak di Freeport, di Vale, di Inco, semua asing. Kapan kita itu harta karun kita digarong ribuan triliun, sementara kita bingung. Aneh kan? Seperti ada tikus mati di lumbung padi. Itu yang saya nggak mau terjadi. Sebenarnya itu yang disanubari saya. Kenapa saya mau berbicara di sini? Karena saya berharap dari sinilah nanti generasi penerus itu yang ayo merah putih. Merah putih kan semua tambang kita. Jadi kami memang terpusat di Jakarta. Tambang kami ada di Kolaka. Dan tadi saya ceritakan memang ini sebuah tambang nikel, di mana kita tahu selama ini nikel selalu Cina. Mana Indonesianya? Di sini kami benar-benar putra bangsa, mulai dari desainnya, pelaksanaannya, duitnya, nyari duitnya, sampai jadi. Dan terus terang saya baru tadi malam sampai dari site. Hari Sabtu dan Minggu saya sedang pertama menguji commissioning keluarnya ferronikel dari pabrik kami. Baru kemarin terjadi. Dan itu kami yang pesek-pesek ini yang mengerjakan. Ada insinyur asingnya. Lanjut, ini yang kami lakukan. Pertama adalah, saya nggak kelihatan saya di sana ya. Yang pertama adalah smelter nikel, namanya RKF. Kemudian nikel mate, ini adalah merubah nikel menjadi dengan kadar lebih tinggi. Yang ketiga yang proyek yang kami lakukan adalah ICPAL. ICPAL ini justru mengambil nikel, tanah nikel dengan kadar rendah, limonite. Oke, terima kasih. Jadi proyek-proyek ini itu kalau kami invest, kalau saya rupiahkan itu sekitar 78 triliun teman-teman semua. Hari ini efisiensi di anggaran di Departemen PU yang dipotong berapa? Untuk seluruh Indonesia 80 triliun kan. Satu tempat saja kita bisa menciptakan lapangan pekerjaan dengan setara itu 78 triliun. Dan ini dari asingnya. Dan saya tidak mau. Saya sebagai presiden direktur tidak akan mau. Memang saya kesulitan, project manager aja sulit sekali. Ada seorang project manager tahu minta gajinya Bapak Ibu sekalian 56 miliar. 56 miliar. Saya berharap dari sini itu tempat saya lahir dulu yang menerima gaji segitu. Jangan asing lagi. Udah cukup kita Freeport di Garong. Cukup. Baru bulan April kemarin kan diresmikan smelter emas menghasilkan 52 ton emas. Kenapa tidak dari tahun 70? Kenapa baru kemarin? 52 ton emas itu berapa kalau 1 gramnya 2 juta 1 tahun? 104 triliun kita kasih saja ke orang asing. Aneh kita itu. Ayolah saya di sini kan. Saya ingin bicara di sini karena saya lahir di sini. Lanjut. Slide-nya, sorry. Awas waktunya mepet saya. Monggo siapa operatornya? Jadi ini efficiency dan sustainability project yang kami lakukan. Sesungguhnya ujungnya itu tadi 78 triliun belum sampai baterai, baru sampai SPAL yang menghasilkan MHP. Dari MHP kami menghasilkan lagi prekursor menghasilkan cathode itu katode baterai itu Pak. Kalau anodanya kan lithium yang dipakai di mobil-mobil listrik sekarang. Jadi ini rinciannya saya kan, dan ini cita-cita kami ke sana sampai tahun 2030. Lanjut. Penjelasannya, jadi fase pertamanya tadi mencolot tadi fase. Oke, saya lanjut. Tadi fase pertamanya RKF dulu. Jadi dan baru kemarin saya di site menyaksikan sendiri. Nanti ada videonya sedikit. Sudah bisa keluar vertikal itu. Kemudian ini, tadi foto tadi itu adalah pabrik yang kami bangun sekarang, RKF. Ini kurang lebih prestasinya sekitar 6 triliun. Sudah jadi hari Sabtu kemarin. Karena saya dipanggil Prof. Danang sama Mas Angga, saya berangkat. Tapi nanti sore saya harus kembali lagi. Ini ada pabriknya di sana. Ini prosesnya. Itu yang nomor 10 itu gede sini, bukan gini ya. Ini yang nomor 10 itu gedenya seperti lapangan bola. Jadi tentu peran konstruksi sipil yang merangka baja sebesar itu. Dan saya ngelit berpuluh-puluh sarjana tambang, sarjana metalurgi, tapi yang membuat siapa? Tetap sipil, tetap kita. Jadi mungkin yang masih di sini teruskan ini, karena dari satu saja hasilnya sudah sedemikian besarnya. Kalau sebongkah mengandung nikel, kita jual ini saja itu berharga $16.000 per ton. Itu yang dilakukan selama ini. Begitu berubah jadi ferronikel harga 4 kali lipat. Begitu menjadi MHP naik 20 kali lipat. Begitu jadi precursor 60 kali lipat. Dari $16.000. Pantaskah bangsa ini miskin? No. Itu message yang saya ingin sampaikan. Itu baru dari satu titik. Kita punya timah, kita punya emas, kita punya tembaga, kita punya bauksit, aluminium. Tidak ada BPJS kalau saya lihat untuk Indonesia. Cukup KTP, nyoh, gratis. Harusnya seperti itu. Lanjut, Pak. Ini foto jadinya. Foto ini saya ambil kemarin malam Sabtu. Barangnya ini dikerjakan oleh kita. Orang-orang PCP pendek-pendek, hitam-hitam ini. Nggak ada lagi. Macam Freeport, harus orang asing. Bapak Ibu tahu gajinya di Rut Freeport itu? 75 miliar. Ngapain dikasih orang asing? Apa lebihnya? Lanjut. Ini progres kami yang saya sudah sebut hampir 100%. Mungkin dalam waktu dekat mungkin Pak Presiden akan pasti ke sana. Karena ini memang merah putih. Lanjut. Ini adalah radiator kalau di mobil, tapi ini gedenya 2 kali lapangan bola sebenarnya. Kalau lihat orang kecil-kecil sekali, ini tadi saya cerita. Ini 2 kali lapangan bola dan kita orang sipil yang menghitungnya. Lanjut. Ini kondisi lebih detailnya. Lanjut. Ini adalah kami membuat seperti pabrik aqua. Jadi dari kami olah sehingga menjadi air yang seperti aqua beningnya untuk mendinginkan furnace-nya. Ini adalah fasilitas pertambangannya, jadi mes-mes kita udah seperti hotel di sana kita udah siapkan. Lanjut. Ini diklik tolong Mas, karena ini video sebenarnya. Ada tanda play. Nah ini keluar dan ini saya ambil waktu malam Sabtu kemarin. Lihat itu, mana orang asingnya. Siapa bilang nggak bisa bangsa kita? Bisa kita buktikan sekarang. Kenapa harus dikasih orang asing? Lanjut. Video lagi, nah ini waktu kita masukkan bahan baku tanah mengandung nikel yang sudah yang disebut calcine masuk ke dalam furnace. Video Pak. Ini terjadi kemarin sebelum saya berangkat, saya ambil videonya. Keberanian berisiko, keberanian belajar, mau mewujudkan ini. Itu yang sebenarnya di utama yang saya ingin sampaikan kepada teman-teman semua di sini. Ayo teruskan ini. Sudah diperingati 1 menit, saya kira saya cukupkan Bapak Ibu sekalian ya. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Baik, kita beri aplaus untuk Pak Abdul Aristadan. Terima kasih banyak. Ini memberikan insight yang luar biasa. Jadi kita sekarang jadi tahu bahwa ternyata anak bangsa sudah bisa membangun smelter sendiri secara mandiri. Bahkan tadi diproyeksikan total investasi kalau full package sampai 70 triliun lebih ya Pak Tatang ya. Baru satu package Mas. Jadi ini adalah tantangan untuk generasi muda ke depan, calon-calon penerus Pak Tatang untuk memanage bagaimana kita bisa melakukan hilirisasi dalam negeri seperti itu. Oke, untuk menyingkat waktu kita akan lanjut ke panelis kedua. Prof Bimo, kami persilahkan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang. Saya diperkenalkan nama Mas Angga tadi sebagai pegawai Institut Teknologi Gedung. Tapi sebetulnya saya ini praktisi juga. Kerjanya di lapangan, Pak Tatang. Cuma praktek dan lapangannya beda sama Pak Tatang gitu. Lebih banyak di bidang pendidikan dan penelitian. Ya. Saya saat ini menjabat sebagai ketua kelompok keahlian atau penelitian namanya konstruksi dan manajemen infrastruktur, yang entah kebetulan atau terus demikian rupa oleh Prof. Danang. Hari ini ada saya, ada Prof. Reni, nanti siang ada Prof. Abduh, dan yang baru member kita Dr. Adri yang risetnya tentang gabungan antara Building Information Modeling, Artificial Intelligence ya, dan Image Processing, jadi banyak. Nah, saya tidak bicara tentang pendidikan di sini. Saya kebetulan tunjuk oleh Ketua IAMKRI, jadi Asosiasi Manajemen Konstruksi, untuk mewakili memberikan paparan. Jadi saya sini baju IAMKRI, saya anggota Dewan Pengawas. Jadi yang saya sampaikan ini lebih pada perspektif dari asosiasi profesi. Silakan Mas, lanjut. Tadi pagi Pak Dirjan sudah menyampaikan profil dari industri konstruksi kita, gitu ya, aja langsung. Ya, saya tidak akan bahas. Yang jelas tadi kontribusinya diklaim nomor 2 sesudah manufaktur. Ya, di situ juga sudah kelihatan bahwa makin lama proporsinya makin besar. Dan kalau kita lihat tren industri konstruksi sendiri, ya, meskipun pornya masih kecil, ya, moda delivery-nya sudah mengarah ke manufaktur juga, karena kita sudah mulai mengadopsi banyak precasting, ya kan, sampai modular construction. Ya, jadi suatu saat memang industrinya berubah, dan kalau industrinya berubah, orang-orang yang bekerjanya pun, masuk juga calon pekerjanya, mahasiswa dan lain-lain juga harus berubah. Jadi relevan dengan yang diskusi tadi pagi. Lanjut aja. Ini statistik, nggak usah diulang-ulang ya, dari BPS yang ambilkan, tapi lanjut satu lagi. Ini kalau diambil 5 besar yang ada di Indonesia, jatuhnya memang di Pulau Jawa semua. Jadi ada Jawa Barat, Jawa Timur, cuman yang nggak kecatat sini ya Banten. Banten pura-puranya Jawa Barat aja lah gitu ya. Dan kalau agak keluar Jogja gitu, agak keluar sedikit ya Sumatera Utara. Jadi saya bandingkan antara value konstruksi dan juga jumlah pekerja. Nah, kalau kita bicara jumlah pekerja di Indonesia ini agak unik gitu ya. Yang kalau saya diskusi dengan sahabat-sahabat tadi yang ikut di panel sebelumnya, ya, kita tidak seribut kita dengan istilah sertifikasi gitu. Kita itu masih ribut dengan sertifikasi saja. Nah, saya coba catat sertifikat ya. Jadi kalau lihat pekerjanya itu ada, katakanlah di Jakarta saja gitu ya, ada 53.000 nih pekerja terampil ahli. Tapi sertifikatnya hampir 10.000, berarti ada satu orang punya sertifikat 2, ngapain gitu ya. Nah, ini refleksi yang ada, kita masih sibuk sini. Nah, yang menarik kalau saya gabungkan tabel di atas, Mas, langsung Mas, pijit sekali lagi. Nah, ini asumsinya kontribusi masing-masing tenaga ahli ya pada atau revenue-nya. Yang di Jakarta itu satu orang berkontribusi 12 miliar. Sementara kalau yang Sumatera Utara 3 miliar lah gitu. Jadi di sini kelihatan bahwa kita punya disparitas yang juga, tidak sekedar jumlah nilai tapi juga revenue-nya yang diperoleh. Nah, siapa yang menggerakkan ini adalah human resource-nya. Nah, di situ yang tantangan yang masuk. Saya mulainya dari sini. Silakan, lanjut. Nah, saya dapat key point untuk discussion dari Prof. Danang, mau dibahas tentang tantangan yang ada, lalu strateginya kemana gitu ya. Jadi, saya mulai dengan pertumbuhan yang ada. Lanjut. Jadi, sekarang meningkat, terutama karena ada proyek-proyek besar yang saat ini kelihatannya sedikit mengalami hambatan karena disuruh menghemat. Jadi kalau dulu BUMN banyak kerja, uang pemerintah diguyur situ saja, sekarang sudah udah berkurang. Nah, pertanyaan kalau seperti itu lalu ke depannya bagaimana nih? Apakah pertumbuhan itu juga akan sustain, berlanjut, atau akan berubah arah? Ya. Sumber-sumbernya masih pada sumber-sumber pemerintah, meskipun banyak sekarang upaya untuk melibatkan sektor swasta lewat mekanisme public-private partnership. Nah, kalau kita bicara seperti itu, maka kalau sebagai engineer, profesional engineer, termasuk untuk construction management atau project management, kita tidak bisa lagi mengandalkan kemampuan kita untuk melakukan sesuatu dengan dana sendiri. Jadi visi sektor swasta harus sudah mulai masuk. Dan biasanya sektor swasta itu simpel ukurannya. Kalau proyeknya nggak menjanjikan return, ya ribut-ribut gitu ya. Tapi kalau pemerintah belanja gitu. Jadi mindset harus berubah. Lanjut lagi. Ya. Ini isu dan tantangannya ya, semua masih menggantungkan pada state-owned company ya. Yang akhir-akhir ini juga sudah mulai kedodoran banyak case, sehingga kelihatan strukturnya juga harus diubah. Struktur bukan dari sisi jumlah, tapi fokus bisnisnya. Ya, kalau kita lihat sejarah dari BUMN karya yang warisan Belanda yang dinasionalisasi dulu itu udah spesialis-spesialis. Tempatnya Pak Tatang itu waktu zaman belanja itu namanya pembangunan rumah, khusus bangun rumah. Sekarang sebelum ditinggal Pak Tatang udah masuk IPC, ngerjain macam-macam. Utama Karya juga ternyata juga, Wika juga. Jadi spesialisasi hilang. Jadi semua dan ngaku semua jago semua. Ya, ini refleksi sejarah ya. Nah, ke depan ada peluang teknologi. Nah, tadi isu diskusi kelompok pertama, semampu apa, sesiap apa, seyakin apa kita mengadopsi teknologi, baik itu teknologi yang sederhana yang sekarang yang disebut building information modeling, maupun juga nanti teknologi seperti artificial intelligence yang seperti disampaikan Dr. Fang tadi sungguh menarik ya, menggunakan artificial intelligence untuk mengubah budaya yang lebih responsif terhadap keselamatan. Maju, Haji. Dan tadi catatan sebelum ini gitu ya, pola bisnis kita juga sudah berubah. Yang dulu banyak menggunakan design bid build, yang asumsinya adalah kalau kontraktor nggak peduli lagi dengan kemampuan engineering gitu ya. Dulu kalau design bid build itu desainnya disediakan oleh konsultan. Jadi kontraktor tinggal merang. Jadi aspek engineeringnya nggak perlu lah. Yang penting kontraktor itu bisa nyari sumber barang yang murah lalu dijual mahal. Yang mengerjakan siapa? Subkontraktor. Sekarang berubah. Mulai design build, mulai integrated project delivery. Di situ ada tuntutan untuk memperkuat engineering. Passion saya waktu kita bicara pendidikan project management, construction management, jangan lupa asalnya kita itu sarjana teknik atau insinyur. Tapi coba refleksi sendiri. Waktu menjadi project manager, berapa persen dari prinsip-prinsip engineering masih melekat di sini? Biasanya kita bicara scheduling, costing, terus financing. Tapi engineering lupa. Engineering mana? Ya sudahlah, subkontraktor yang lebih tahu caranya melakukan. Itu persis seperti di Australia. Jadi kalau di Australia, general contracting itu ya cuman seperti construction manager gitu yang ngatur. Yang mengembangkan inovasi engineering siapa? Subkontraktor. Nah, kita kelihatannya harus segera berubah. Lanjut. Ya, nah ini kalau kita bicara tentang manusianya ada gapnya ya. Masih banyak pekerja kita itu pekerja-pekerja tidak terampil atau non formal, tukang-tukang, laden segala macam ya. Ya. Dan ini kira-kira gapnya itu fokus pada kemampuan untuk project management masih rendah juga. Kalau pakai software ya sekedar kita punya schedule, bisa membuat kurva S, tapi kurva S-nya nggak pernah diupdate, nggak pernah dilihat gitu. Kalau ada konsultan mau beauty contest menawarkan, nanti kita pakai earn sebetulnya ya pakai nanti bisa schedule performance index bisa macam-macam. Tapi waktu di lapangan ya udah pokoknya ada laporan selesai. Ya, jadi kita masih seperti tadi disampaikan oleh sahabat saya dari Trobe tadi, yang di Indonesia ada banyak, seringkali ke Indonesia tahu kita mengadopsi teknologi karena popularitas. Tapi kita tidak menyadari bahwa di balik popularitas itu ada suatu syarat. Ya, kita paham. Kalau kita nanti yang kerja itu bukan lagi menggantungkan diri dari proyek pemerintah. Tapi selalu kalau kita melakukan teknologi, ada benefitnya enggak? Lanjut lagi.
Mungkin
10 menit.
2 menit lagi, Prof.
Oh, 2 menit lagi malah ya. Jadi saya menggunakan slide disediakan oleh sahabat saya, Dr. Siombing dari IAMPI, beliau Sekretaris Jenderal, dia menggunakan istilahnya triple helix. Kalau saya nggak pakai triple helix, saya pakai quadruple helix. Jadi saya lepaskan asosiasi itu dari industri. Ya, jadi kalau menurut saya asosiasi itu ya sedikit industri, tapi juga sedikit akademia. Untuk konteks pengembangan sumber daya manusia. Jadi perlu kerjasama ya, pendekatan kolaborasi macam. Dan selanjutnya ini simpel saja, lanjut cepat saja ya. Ini yang dikerjakan gitu ya. Itu tantangan, saya kira tinggal dibaca saja, termasuk tantangan bahwa pendidikan kita itu ditengarai tidak relevan dengan kebutuhan industri, sehingga berbeda dengan suasana waktu awal-awal dosen. Saya bersyukur sekarang jadi dosen sudah boleh meroyek secara resmi. Ya, kalau dulu jadi proyektan itu nyuri-curi, nggak lapor pinan, nggak lapor dekan, nggak lapor ketua departemen. Kalau sekarang justru saya dapat proyek, saya lapor. Dan mereka menerima, memang ini yang dibutuhkan. Karena yang bergerak itu justru di industri, bukan di perguruan tinggi. Jadi kalau lapangannya tadi Pak, saya ikut lapangannya Pak Tatang belajarnya sini. Lanjut. Ya, ini 3 hal yang perlu. Kalau di IAMPI itu ada 3 ya, mengembangkan standar, kemudian memberikan pelatihan-pelatihan. Ini langsung aja saya kira cukup 20 slide cukup banyak. Lanjut. Ini beberapa contoh gitu ya, yang sudah dikembangkan. Di sini ada kawan-kawan dari Prince 2 ya, United Kingdom, itu juga project management, yang masing-masing punya domain sendiri. Kita tidak perlu mendebatkan mana yang lebih hebat ya. Masing-masing punya kekhasan sendiri, dan kita di negara Indonesia beruntung bisa mengadopsi banyak stream dari yang ada di dunia ini. Jadi kan pilihannya mana itu. Lanjut. Nah ini yang perlu dikembangkan. Pertama adalah kalau kita menyediakan pelatihan-pelatihan harus basisnya kompetensi. Nah di sini mulai menarik. Siapa yang bisa merumuskan kompetensi? Dulu kalau kita membuat pelatihan, kalau perguruan tinggi itu seolah-olah dosennya udah tahu semua. Ini dibutuhkan industri itu ini, dilatih ini. Sekarang enggak, harusnya industri yang menarik. Jadi bukan lagi supply push, harusnya demand pull training ya. Monitoring, mentoring dan coaching ya. Di sini saya mengundang ya, relevansi itu undang orang-orang seperti Pak Tatang, siapa lagi, sering ke kampus. Jadi dosennya nanti ikut belajar juga sedikit-sedikit, dan lama-lama begitu tamunya nggak ada, pura-puranya jadi tamu lebih pinter gitu di depan mahasiswa. Jadi nggak perlu pakai textbook lagi. Dan yang perlu juga terakhir rekomendasi dari IAMPI itu memperkuat perguruan tinggi ya. Jadi membuat sesuatu itu lebih relevan. Caranya bagaimana? Kerjasama dengan asosiasi-asosiasi profesi yang bagus tentunya ya, karena banyak sekali asosiasi ya. Sehingga baik yang diberikan di kampus maupun digodok dikembangkan di asosiasi profesi itu relevan. Jadi seamless ya. Lanjut, ini udah hampir terakhir. Ini yang dilakukan di IAMPI, kalau ini agak marketing sedikit gitu ya, kita menggunakan PM Box dengan 10 bidang. Kalau pakai yang versi akhir 2024 itu prosesnya tidak lagi input, proses, output, tapi kita kemas dalam konteks 10 project delivery people ya, jadi sama, silakan. Ini yang tiap tahun ada, jadi kalau visit webnya IAMPI itu ada pelatihan-pelatihan, tapi kita nambahkan lanjut ya, yang tailor made ya. Jadi kita sudah mulai mengembangkan, misalnya ada keinginan kolaboratif project delivery. Jadi bukan design build saja, mungkin dari IPD ya, progressive design build itu sudah mulai, yang seperti atau model-model yang dikembangkan di Alliance Project itu ya kita lakukan. Dan juga ada asosiasi baru yang dibidani juga oleh sejawat saya gitu ya, Prof. Abdul akan hadir nanti sore gitu ya. Beliau sekarang adalah ketua IAMPI tanda kutip. Kalau IAMPI-nya dianggap terlalu gemuk, dia buat yang ramping namanya AMKRI, asosiasi manajemen ramping ya. Itu menyampaikan, tapi disampaikan oleh Profesor David Chua seperti Lean Construction, Tech System, LSP dan lain-lain gitu ya. Dan terakhir kita sedang fokus untuk production management. Nah, itu ada relevansinya dengan yang saya sampaikan tadi, proses bisnis konstruksi sudah mulai berubah. Yang biasanya ada di lapangan semua, sekarang sudah seperti manufacture. Jadi fokusnya ke production. Ya. Yang terakhir, untuk meningkatkan, ini catatan permohonan dari panitia, bagaimana meningkatkan budaya, profesionalisme, dan etika. Ya, lanjut saja. Ini lanjut. Nah ini aja deh, tinggal dibaca. Yang menjadi tantangan, kapan dan bagaimana kita membangun budaya tadi. Saya kira harus sudah mulai di hari pertama kalau di perguruan tinggi masuk di kelas. Etik, bertanggung jawab, transparan, segala macam. Ya, accountability itu harus ada. Caranya bisa beda-beda. Dengan guyon boleh, dengan serius juga boleh, gitu ya kalau mahasiswa menikmati. Tapi yang jelas harus lewat contoh. Ya, jadi prinsip-prinsip silakan baca aja. Lanjut. Saya kira itu akhir nih referensinya Pak Lukas Siombing dan saya ucapkan terima kasih. Mohon maaf kalau waktunya kelebat, Mas Hari.
Ya, kita beri aplaus untuk Pak. Jadi saya izin disclaimer lagi. Jadi Prof Bimo di sini mewakili IAMPI. Oke, Prof Bimo, karena beliau sebagai Dewan Pengawas IAMPI, dan jadi kita sudah mendengarkan banyak insight bagaimana peran asosiasi, terutama IAMPI, bagaimana kita bisa mendorong pengembangan kompetensi, mengisi gap-gap, apalagi dengan industri konstruksi yang terus berkembang, bahkan berevolusi dengan adanya AI, teknologi, dan lain-lain tadi. Baik, kalau tadi sudah kita dengarkan dari praktisi, kemudian dari asosiasi ataupun industri, kita akan mendengarkan paparan dari akademisi. Kali ini akan disampaikan oleh Prof Reni. Prof Reni akan menyampaikan bagaimana kita menghadapi tantangan global kaitannya dengan perubahan iklim dan disaster management, dan apa langkah yang bisa kita lakukan untuk bisa memitigasi hal tersebut. Selamat siang Prof Reni, apakah sudah siap?
Selamat siang, baik.
Baik, kami persilakan Prof Reni, waktu 10 menit. Monggo.
Terima kasih yang pertama kepada seluruh kawan kolega di Munas Gajah Mada. Selamat atas dibukanya KK MRK. Kita punya pemain baru semakin marak ya. Semoga kemajuannya semakin cepat. Nah, tadi kita diminta untuk bicara tentang addressing disaster resiliency into national infrastructure system. Ya, jadi ini mata kuliah juga di ITB, di S2, mata kuliah baru, mungkin sedikit terlambat, tetapi tidak ada kata terlambat untuk menjawab masalah kebencanaan ataupun ketangguhan kita terhadap bencana untuk di bangsa yang kita cintai ini. Jadi coba kita visit kembali ya, lihat kembali climate change basics ya. Kita tidak bosan-bosannya mendengar ini, bahwa memang ini adalah ini suratnya tolong klik-klik ya sendiri, makasih. Nah, memang ini bukan sekedar omong-omong ya, ini secara scientifically proven bahwa climate change itu ada. Nah, ini ada video yang barangkali para peserta ya cari di YouTube ya. Sangat menarik ya, sangat profound buat kita ya, bahwa betul-betul ya bahwa manusia ini dalam 200 tahun terakhir ini memang merusak ya, ada daya rusak dari kita ini. Jadi 800 tahun es itu digali, itu betul ya, ada datanya, yang biru adalah karbon, yang merah adalah temperature. Jadi kita lihat ada suatu hubungan yang sangat korelatif antara karbon dan suhu. Nah, yang merusak ya kita yang merusak. Jangan halu ya, aktivitas kita semua, ya termasuk konstruksi. Ya, konstruksinya ini deforestasi, ya pertambangan juga tadi. Tentu bukan berarti kita berhenti dalam perkembangan atau development, tetapi kita harus semakin cerdas ya, bukan hanya sekedar membangun produktivitas dan seterusnya, safety tentu saja, tapi juga jangan dilupakan urusan alam ini. Nah, selanjutnya kita ini sudah tahu semua ya, kita sudah tahu Indonesia itu natural disaster-nya sangat-sangat problematik. Ya, kita kadang tidak berdaya, ya kadang-kadang kita tidak berdaya. Inilah jadi
40% dari penduduk kita yang 270 sekian itu kita semua at risk, ya, termasuk kami ini di Bandung, ya, mega trust dan seterusnya. Selanjutnya juga saya mengajak untuk melihat di YouTube, ya, sekali lagi di sini ada di tahun 2019 University College London, di situ juga ada KKMRK-nya, ya. Ada conference delivering sustainable and climate change resilient infrastructure and lessons from the world. Ya, jadi ada konsultan Aruf, tentunya kita sangat kenal, ya, engineers mungkin udah 100 tahun lebih perusahaan ini, konsultan dari Inggris, sangat ternama, sudah membantu banyak sekali negara-negara di negara maju maupun negara berkembang. Jadi saat ini infrastruktur itu tantangannya berbeda. Ya. Kita tidak memanage lagi sistem yang, jadi kita memanage sistem yang didesain zaman dulu, sementara kondisinya jauh berbeda, sangat kompleks dan seterusnya. Jadi kita tidak bisa hanya bicara mengenai masalah teknis, ya, tetapi isu sosial, lingkungan, humanity, ya, manusia. Ini juga sesuatu yang teknik sipil harus bisa, Pak Abdul, bukan hanya ke arah metal kemana, tapi isu humanity pun adalah tantangan kita engineer, khususnya civil engineer. Nah, kita harus mengerti konteks dari critical infrastructure. Jadi harus bisa mengidentifikasi mana yang kritis, mana yang tidak. Harus membuat prioritas. Tidak mungkin, tidak ada negara di dunia manapun, termasuk adidaya dan yang negara-negara kaya pun, yang bisa menjawab tantangan infrastruktur harus sustainable, on top of that harus resilient, ya, sesuatu yang sangat mahal sehingga dan sangat kompleks, sehingga kita harus punya aturan mengenai apa yang disebut dengan critical. Di negara-negara maju sudah ada, di Indonesia belum ada. Nah, tapi kita nggak usah putus asa, ya. Sudah banyak yang memikirkan bagaimana caranya, karena ini masalah dunia. Indonesia adalah bagian dari dunia. Yang penting kita harus merecognize the gap. Seringkali kita tidak berdasarkan kepada clear understanding dan tidak berdasarkan fakta. Nah, jadi ini tantangan buat kita semua untuk meneliti berdasarkan fakta, memahami secara clear apa yang menjadi tantangan kita, dan tentunya tidak ada one size fits all. Tadi juga dimanapun, ya, khususnya isu ini. Jadi awareness and setting common basic understanding sesuatu yang sangat-sangat penting buat kita semua. Nah, selanjutnya seperti tadi saya sampaikan bahwa prinsip-prinsip resilient infrastructure ini sudah ada yang memikirkan, ya, seluruh ahli di dunia. Ada opportunity sebenarnya. Jadi kalau kita berpikir bahwa preventif itu sudah dihitung adalah 4 kali kejadian apabila terjadi bencana itu 4 kali lipat daripada biaya yang harus kita spend untuk mitigasi. Ya, jadi 1 banding 4. Jadi semakin kita tidak punya uang, sebenarnya semakin kita harus fokus kepada upaya mitigasi. Jadi kita akan rugi 4 kali lipat. Jadi itu sebenarnya opportunity. Ya. Mahal, tetapi sebenarnya lebih mahal lagi 4 kali lipat kalau kita tidak melakukan mitigasi. Nah, di sini ada how to address ketangguhan. Nanti silahkan dibaca sendiri. Selanjutnya, nah ini detailnya, ya, detailnya khususnya 5 dan 6. Ya, kita bagaimana financing, harus ada co-benefit bankability pipelines of infrastructure project yang disupport oleh komitmen yang sangat besar dari leaders kita, ya, termasuk kita semua ini adalah leaders. Dan terakhir, apa selanjutnya yang bisa kita lakukan? Nah, ini ada juga saya mengajak ada publikasi yang khusus meng-collect, ya, berbagai kemajuan-kemajuan mengenai resilient infrastructure, lebih teknis. Memang tidak ada. Ya. Jadi American Society of Civil Engineer di tahun 2021 pun menyebutkan bahwa banyak sekali attempts kita ya, studi-studi tentu di UGM juga, di ITB juga, sudah banyak upaya yang kita buat untuk mitigasi, tetapi masih superficial dalam konteks multidisiplinerinya. Ya. Kita lebih berpikir sektoral. Ya. Tadi juga pembicara di awal juga ada yang menyebutkan hal itu. Jadi kita belum mampu melakukan cross-fertilizing our understanding between disciplines and moving forward towards a collective inquiry. Nah, jadi ini tugas kita bersama, kita teknik sipil. Teknik sipil itu memang ilmu lama ya, tetapi terus dibutuhkan sampai hari ini karena kita adalah penjaga-penjaga pengembangan nasional dalam shaping and developing infrastructure system untuk kepentingan kita semua. Jadi mari kita bekerja bersama, mengajak UGM, UI semua, para peserta di Cina tadi juga, di Australia dan seterusnya. Terima kasih, kita diskusi lanjutkan. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih Prof. Reni, kita beri aplaus. Baik, jadi kita masih ada waktu sekitar 9 menit untuk berdiskusi. Mohon izin mungkin saya akan memilih 3 pertanyaan yang memang mungkin sangat relate dan berhubung peserta kita kali ini sebagai informasi tidak hanya dari mahasiswa Pak Tatang, Prof. Bimo, Prof. Reni, jadi ada dari teman-teman dari industri, dari AI, dari PLN, dari ADI, Wika, juga dari ini berkaitan yang pertama terkait kompetensi gap yang tadi sempat dipaparkan Pak Tatang dan juga Prof. Bimo. Mungkin untuk Pak Tatang dan Prof. Bimo dulu nih pertanyaannya. Jadi sebenarnya core kompetensi apa yang sebenarnya saat ini paling dibutuhkan dunia industri dengan adanya banyaknya perubahan-perubahan dinamis tadi. Mungkin Pak Tatang dulu.
Core kompetensi ya. Kalau menurut saya di hati kita sendiri mau ajar atau tidak. Apa yang kita dapatkan di universitas itu baru basic sebenarnya. Tapi basic ini menyebabkan kita kemampuan daya pikir yang luar biasa. Dari situ kita bisa kemana saja. Jadi kalau core kompetensi yang paling basic itu adalah hati kita sendiri. Ilmu dari sini luar biasa. Saya kira gitu Pak.
Terima kasih Pak Tatang. Jadi saya teringat dulu waktu saya masih di project tuh Tatang salah satu yang mengenalkan manajemen by heart gitu Pak ya. Jadi ini perlu diulik nih karena kita jarang mempelajari ada manajemen by heart. Mungkin Pak Bimo bisa melanjutkan terkait kompetensi gap.
Ini, kalau tadi ya bicara gap kompetensi itu dalam konteks project management ya, jadi tidak semua kompetensi yang kami lihat di IAM paling tidak kalau kita sudah menyandang position atau gelar sebagai project manager atau construction manager, fokus kita ke arah manajerial. Padahal manajemen apa yang dikelola itu menjadi sangat penting gitu ya. Kalau kita kecil scope project management ke konstruksi tidak ada bedanya sebetulnya dengan civil engineering dan engineering lain, yaitu aspek kerekayasaan. Kalau kita terapkan project management, ada project management rumah sakit ada, ya, project management untuk manufacture ada. Tapi untuk construction, ya engineering. Itu paling dari pengamatan saya 2 dekade terakhir itu sering kita lupa. Kalau sudah jadi project manager masuk ke program management, penting saya jadi bos bisa nyuruh-nyuruh orang. Tapi yang disuruh itu harusnya adalah sesuatu yang betul objeknya engineering. Jadi kembali saya tekankan yang dibutuhkan itu penguasaan engineeringnya. Karena kesempatan untuk berinovasi itu di sana. Tadi contohnya Profesor David Chua sudah ada, Profesor Fang juga sudah ada. Itu kan semua inovasi-inovasi muncul mengaplikasikan teknologi baru di bidang rekayasa. Termasuk juga contohnya Pak Tatang tadi. Smelter itu produk engineering, ya. Jadi kalau mau maju, gapnya ya kita kurangilah yang engineering gitu ya. Engineering itu bukan berarti kalau sipil itu struktur, semuanya itu engineering. Itu saya kira, Mas.
Baik, terima kasih Prof. Bimo. Menanggapi jawaban Prof. Bimo mungkin ke Prof. Reni. Jadi terkait bagaimana kita bisa kami izin Prof. Reni. Jadi terkait bagaimana kita memasukkan lebih banyak kompetensi core, kompetensi terkait manajerial tadi ya, baik itu nanti di S1, S2 maupun di asosiasi juga ya. Kita tahu tidak semua project manager itu adalah orang yang pernah belajar manajemen atau project manajemen di masa kuliah. Nah itu mungkin dari sisi perguruan tinggi bagaimana strateginya, dan mungkin nanti perlu diberikan Mas tanggapan juga dari Prof. Bimo dari asosiasi seperti apa sih supaya kita bisa lebih mengenhance kompetensi manajerial kepada calon-calon project manager atau project manager yang ada ini. Monggo Prof. Reni.
Baik, terima kasih. Jadi kalau isu infrastruktur memang 90%-nya itu non teknis ya. 10% mungkin yang bisa diselesaikan dengan teknis. Tapi bukan berarti engineer nggak usah belajar teknis, begitu. Jadi 10% itu kita paham engineering-nya tadi yang seperti Pak Bimo sampaikan. Terus ada plus-plusnya tuh banyak sekali. Ya, jadi yang seperti Pak Tatang itu sudah kemana-mana muter, ya beliau bisa menyelesaikan masalah yang kompleks tersebut. Itu nomor satu. Terus kemudian tadi manajemen. Ini mau cerita sedikit ya, di ITB itu kurikulum 2024 ya, 25 ya Pak ya, 2024 atau tahun kemarin ya, 2024, itu kita melakukan perubahan kurikulum yang sangat mendasar, khususnya karena kita sebagian besar engineering ya, kalau UGM kan ada universitasnya lebih beragam. Nah kita science and engineering-nya sangat kental. Jadi di tingkat pertama atau semester pertama itu ada mata kuliah manajemen yang harus diambil semua. Dan manajemennya bukan manajemen proyek, dalam apapun bukan manajemen proyek konstruksi. Kita itu kan mengelola apa ya, mau rumah tangga, mau perusahaan, mau studi, kemudian mahasiswa S3, semua kita harus melakukan proses mengelola dengan best practices. Jadi diberikan dasar-dasar itu bagi mahasiswa. Kira-kira demikian. Terima kasih.
Baik, terima kasih Prof. Reni. Menarik sekali. Jadi di ITB ternyata semua disiplin mendapatkan mata kuliah project management gitu ya, Prof. Reni ya.
Jadi manajemen, tapi ada beberapa ada manajemen yang ke arah engineering, ada manajemen yang ke arah dan sebagainya.
Baik, ini mungkin perlu diadopt juga nanti di UGM, Prof. Danang, Prof. Judi. Baik, mungkin Prof. Bimo dari sisi asosiasi bisa anggapi bagaimana lebih mengenhance lagi kompetensi manajerial tadi ke mungkin banyak dari lulusan mungkin tidak semua orang yang ada di manajerial itu pernah belajar secara formal di manajemen. Itu bagaimana?
Ya, kalau di API kita meningkatkan kompetensi manajerial, buku saktiknya PMBOK yang 13 bidang tadi gitu ya. Jadi kalau untuk meningkatkan gap yang berbasis engineering memang case-case-nya harus yang relevan. Sehingga untuk itu tutornya bukan ahli menghafal manajemen harusnya, tapi betul-betul orang yang punya experience di bidang engineering management. Dan itu kita sudah himpun, kita punya basis data kira-kira ahlinya siapa saja, sehingga pada saat dibutuhkan yang kita minta untuk memberikan tutorial atau mentoring, memang orang-orang punya pengalaman situ. Jadi itu saya kira fungsi asosiasi bukan menghimpun anggota untuk menjadi besar, tapi sejauh mana asosiasi itu bisa memperkaya, meningkatkan kompetensi dari anggotanya.
Baik, mungkin terakhir sebagai closing statement ini salah satu mungkin Prof. Bimo atau Pak Tatang ini atau Prof. Reni ini. Jadi pertanyaan terakhir itu apakah Indonesia saat ini sudah on the right track? Nah, kalau memang sudah, kemudian apa yang harus dilakukan? Kalaupun juga belum, apa yang harus kita lakukan? Atau mungkin Pak Tatang dulu, monggo Pak.
Mungkin jawabnya memang kacamatanya beda-beda ya. Kalau saya orangnya senang yang positif ya. Jadi saya kurang suka membahas yang negatif, positive thinking saja. kalau dibilang on the track, saya sebut on the right track. Kurangnya banyak, ya iyalah. Tapi on the right track. Tentu harus dijaga pagar-pagarnya jangan terlanggar. Apa yang sudah di 8 apa tadi yang Pak Dirjen Ki tadi sampaikan itu sudah benar ya. Itu saya sebut on the right track. Cuman bagaimana memanagenya dalam sebuah negara ini sehingga ini bertelur bagi kesejahteraan kita semua. Saya ambil yang tadi apa citanya Presiden nomor 5 itu kan kehilirisasi. Saya sebut ini sudah on the right track. Tapi nun saya jangan dikorupsi lagi ya. Karena saya dulu di bidang konstruksi sebagai civil engineer di konstruksi. Saya berkecimpung, tadi Pak Prof. Danang dalam presentasi bilang kontraktor itu lean profit. Benar, lean banget. Kalau nggak hati-hati kepleset, jatuh. Itu waktu itu saya berpikir dalam konteks civil engineering. Tapi sekarang saya masuk ke sebagai owner, kemudian sebagai di bidang pertambangan yang dimana Presiden sebelum kita Pak Jokowi, Pak Prabowo fokus pada hilirisasi sebagai tumpuan pencarian, kalau saya gampangan pencarian income negara kan. Itu sudah benar. Saya kaget saya masuk di situ. Mungkin Mas Angga dulu pernah di kontraktor, bagaimana yang disebut biaya produksi proyek. Dia mempertahankan 90% aja, ada segala macam inovasi dia kerahkan supaya bisa bertahan. Begitu saya masuk di dunia pertambangan, biaya produksi harga pokok penjualan itu hanya 40% loh. Ini kalau pemerintah tidak memanfaatkan sebesar-besarnya, sayang. Pas saya sebut on the right track, karena dulunya ini diserahkan asing semua. Dengan alasan uang nggak ada, modal nggak ada, pengetahuan nggak ada. Bullshit itu semua. Itu cara mereka menjajah dari sisi ekonomi sesungguhnya. Tapi ujung-ujungnya sebenarnya harta kita, aset kita, negara ini digarong. Menurut saya agak kasar kata-katanya. Tapi saking sebelnya, dari tahun 60 ya. Kalau Bapak Ibu sekalian ke Freeport itu ada bekas gunung, mungkin segede Gunung Merapi, sekarang bolong ke bawah. Kemana itu barang? Harusnya kita yang kaya raya toh, minimum makmur. Sekolah di sini gratis harusnya. Nggak ada kata itu. 1 tahun saja 52 ton emas dari tahun 60, bayangin. Jadi menurut saya kita on the right track, kekurangan banyak, no problem, kita tutupi. Pelajaran selama ini sudah cukup banyak, jangan terjebak lagi. Insya Allah bangsa kita survive 2045, generasi emas terjadi. Mungkin adik-adik di sini yang mengalami, saya mungkin sudah di dalam kubur ya. 20 tahun lagi yang enggak tahu. Saya kira gitu Mas Angga.
Mohon izin nih karena waktu sudah habis, mungkin kita cukupkan Prof. Reni, Prof. Pak Tatang. Buat nom-nom ya. Prof. Reni, aman gitu.
Saya satu lagi. Satu boleh ya?
Oh boleh, Prof. Reni.
Ya, ingin ini aja Pak.
Jadi
mengajak jadi hasil renungan Pak Abdul Tatang. Jadi memang kita semua harus jujur, harus sungguh-sungguh. Namanya berbudaya ilmiah itu adalah harus jujur. Yang benar-benar, yang salah-salah, yang abal-abal, yang abal-abal. Yang sungguh-sungguh, masalah yang kita hadapi mitigasi bencana sangat kompleks. Jangan main-main dengan mitigasi, dengan urusan bencana karena nanti ada false sense of security. Begitu ada false sense of security, kita pikir kita aman, kita baik-baik saja, padahal tidak. Demikian, semoga kita semua bisa saling bekerja sama. Insya Allah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ya, sama seperti Pak Tatang ya, optimis. Kalau ditanya on the right
Kalau civil engineering yang bikin track kan kita sendiri. Pertanyaannya bukan tracknya, directionnya, leadershipnya kemana gitu. Selama kita masih berpikir sektoral sendiri-sendiri mau menang nggak akan maju. Jadi kata kuncinya semangat kolaborasi. Kita sudah menghabiskan energi untuk dan sumber daya manusia, minyak gas habis. Sekarang nanti pindah ke kolaborasi. Sampaikan pembicara betul, kolaborasi dan membuat kolaborasi itu sulit. Harus ada leader yang mengarahkan. Jadi kalau bisa bikin sendiri kok, drag track, iya orang udah track tapi udah ya rodanya udah pasti. Tinggal arahnya kemana, mau ke Jogja atau kemana gitu. Itu aja Mas.
Oke, baik, terima kasih. Kita beri aplaus kepada semua panelis nasional kita. Luar biasa, insight-insight yang sangat bermanfaat. Sebelum saya akhiri sesi ini, saya memberikan pengumuman kepada seluruh peserta SNTI bahwa setelah ini nanti akan ada announcement untuk pembagian ruang di grup peserta ya. Nanti dimulai session, kemudian untuk site visit bagi peserta full season, nanti kita mungkin akan mulai paparan terlebih dahulu di ruangan ini lagi, ruang auditorium lantai 6, karena kita waktu istirahat terbatas, kita akan mulai 13.30 on time. Nanti sekaligus pembagian APD. Kemudian kami juga mengundang semua peserta SNTI dan Iconic Full Session untuk menghadiri gala dinner yang insya Allah akan dilaksanakan pukul 19.00 di Gedung Balai Ru. Kemudian dapat parkir melalui gerbang utara Jalan Kaliurang. Baik, demikian sesi kali ini. Kami sebelum kami tutup, Mbak Saka masih ada. Kak, saya izin tutup, kurang lebih mohon maaf, saya kembalikan kepada Mbak Saka. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Baik, terima kasih Bapak Ang dan juga para panelis luar biasa, dan Bapak Ibu sebagai tanda terima kasih kami dari Departemen Teknik Sipil dan Lingkungan akan menyerahkan cenderamata kepada para panelis yang hadir di atas panggung. Kami mengundang kembali Prof. Yudi untuk hadir mewakili Departemen Teknik Sipil dan Lingkungan. Cenderamata akan diserahkan kepada narasumber atau panelis kita yang hadir secara langsung di gedung ini, dan di Bapak Ibu para panelis yang hadir dalam jaringan nantinya akan dikirimkan e-certificate sebagai panelis. Baik. Setelah nantinya penyerahan cenderamata, kami mohon untuk dapat berfoto bersama Prof. Yudi beserta dengan para panelis dan moderator. Silakan untuk berfoto terlebih dahulu, Prof. Yudi. Ya. Beserta dengan para panelis dan moderator, silakan Prof. bisa di tengah. Iya, baik. Baik Bapak Ibu, inilah persembahan dari para panelis kita, baik panelis nasional maupun panelis internasional dalam acara Iconic 2025 X SNTI. Terima kasih banyak, dan sebelum kami persilahkan untuk kembali ke tempat, dan kita mempersilahkan Bapak Ibu untuk meninggalkan tempat acara, kami akan menginformasikan beberapa hal penting. Mohon masih ada satu lagi ya. Baik, kan diberikan juga sertifikat ya, piagam penghargaan. Baik, secara langsung kepada kedua panelis kita yang hadir di tempat ini. Ya, hak milik Pak, bukan HGB ya Pak ya. Baik, terima kasih. Baik Pak Ibu, kami akan menginformasikan beberapa hal penting, mohon perhatiannya sekalian. Sebelum meninggalkan tempat ini, Bapak Ibu kami informasikan untuk perihal site visit ke Tol Jogja Bawen, para peserta yang mengikuti site visit ini mohon telah isoma, tadi sudah disampaikan oleh Bapak Angga pada pukul 13.30 untuk berkumpul ke tempat ini lagi karena akan ada briefing bersama dengan pihak adikarya. Nanti akan ada Bapak Ian dari pihak adikarya yang akan menyampaikan beberapa hal dan juga penyampaian berkaitan dengan APD. Kemudian kami juga menginformasikan bagi peserta yang mengikuti SNTI, nantinya simposium akan dibagi menjadi 2 kelompok Bapak Ibu. Untuk kelompoknya sudah dibagi
dibagikan oleh panitia dan nantinya Anda dapat mengikuti simposium di ruang-ruangan yang ada di lantai 3 dan lantai 4 seusai isoma. Kemudian Bapak Ibu berkaitan dengan isoma, Bapak Ibu silahkan dapat menikmati santap siang yang sudah disiapkan di tempat Anda menikmati coffee break tadi. Kemudian untuk sholat dibagi menjadi 2 tempat ibadah bagi Anda menjalankan ibadah sholat zuhur. Bagi yang muslim laki-laki silahkan menuju ke Masjid Teknik Mustek ya. Dan nanti apabila Anda tahu di mana lokasi Masjid Teknik ini, nanti silahkan bisa bertanya langsung kepada panitia yang ada di meja registrasi depan. Bagi para peserta muslimah silahkan beribadah sholat zuhur di musola di lantai 5. Kemudian kami juga menginformasikan kepada Anda berkaitan dengan e-certificate akan dibagikan oleh panitia melalui email sesuai dengan registrasi Anda masing-masing. Kemudian kami juga menginformasikan kepada para peserta full sen dimohon kehadirannya nanti malam pada pukul 19 di Balairung Universitas Gadjah Mada untuk mengikuti acara makan malam bersama dan banyak sekali hiburan yang akan kita nikmati bersama. Baik Bapak Ibu, izinkan saya untuk akhiri acara ini dengan pantun biar fresh sedikit ya. Bapak Ibu tolong dibantu cakepnya ya. Baik, makan siang enaknya ya makan si teri. Terinya jatuh di lahap kucing Anggora. Demikian acara Ikonik X SNTI kami akhiri. Terima kasih dan sampai jumpa di lain acara. Selamat siang. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Indonesia is one of the world's largest nickel-producing countries. Along with the Philippines, New Caledonia, and Canada. Korea is the leading nickel mining company in Wolo, Southeast Sulawesi, Indonesia. Located at a strategic location along the coastline area, equipped with a modern harbor, Korea focuses on sustainable mining practices. With a skilled team, Korea is dedicated to providing high-quality, low-end nickel products and operating within the environmental, social, and governance framework. The company has a mining business license spanning 6,785 hectares in Wolo, Kolaka, Southeast Sulawesi, renowned for its nickel production and numerous nickel companies. Nickel is widely used in various aspects of our daily lives, including mobile phones, medical equipment, transportation, buildings, and power generation. Similarly, cobalt plays a crucial role in modern society. Its importance has critical title of an enablement for technology, and the demand for cobalt has surged due to the rise of electric cars. With the completion of its ferronickel rotary electric furnace or RKEF smelter in 2024 and advancing towards nickel matte converter and high pressure acid leaching or HPAL plants for processing hydroxide precipitate or MHP, Korea is poised to significantly bolster its standing in the nickel mining sector, especially electric vehicle or EV battery production. In China, Korea plans to convert MHP to valuable nickel and cobalt sulfates. Korea also transforms ferronickel into nickel matte with high nickel content at more than 73%, further refined to produce nickel sulfate. This strategic refinement occurs at the nickel matte refinery and MHP refinery, ensuring top-quality battery precursors for the EV market. The Korea's mine, known as the Lao Bao Block, has a large potential nickel resource and a production life of more than 20 years. Korea's resource potential could support a ferronickel plant processing 5.6 million metric tons of saprolite annually, and the nickel and cobalt plant processing 18 million metric tons of limonite annually. Korea has identified potential nickel mineralization through a 2019 ground penetrating radar or GPR with a total survey area of 2,441 hectares. The GPR survey results reported a land volume estimated at 604 million tons, consisting of 352 million tons of limonite and 288 million tons of slite. To ensure resource certainty and ample feed supply, for future RKEF and HPAL plants, Korea has conducted an extensive program since 2017, adhering to the JORC or KCMI code. The program includes 200 meter, 100 meter, and 50 meter intervals. The construction of RKEF Line 1 smelter project, with engineering designed by China. The smelter is designed to be a large-scale smelting complex, which includes a rotary kiln electric furnace smelter with offices, utilities, living areas, and external facilities. The smelter project is provided with 4 RKEF production lines, with 4x72 MVA rectangular electric furnaces. The construction of the smelter will be carried out in 3 phases, and the first phase completed in 2025, operational in 2025. The smelter processes 5.6 million tons of nickel ore to use 252,700 tons of ferronickel per year, which contains 22% nickel. Korea requires a total of 700 megawatts of electrical power. To supply sufficient and reliable power, Korea purchases electricity from environmentally friendly hydropower plants provided by the state electricity company, PLN. Electricity will be supplied from the 150 kV La Susua Kolaka interconnection through 2 grids to PLN Kolaka smelter substation. Korea prioritizes the use of green energy to reduce carbon emissions, combat climate change, and establish a sustainable energy system. PLN will supply gas-fired electricity from barge-mounted power plant to the PLN Kolaka smelter substation. The feasibility study for the hydrometallurgical laterite nickel project was completed in July 2018 in collaboration with NV China for engineering design. In May 2023, an update was conducted to incorporate the latest advancements in HPAL technology, ensuring alignment with industry standard. To dissolve valuable metals like nickel and cobalt from the raw materials, concentrated sulfuric acid is added to the autoclave. This process results in the formation of sulfate solutions, with the main product being mixed nickel or cobalt hydroxide. The processing plant processes 18 million tons of nickel lime ore to provide a stable supply for 6 autoclaves. The annual output of nickel or cobalt hydroxide from each phase is 146,600 tons of MHP, containing 55,470 tons of nickel metal and 5,700 tons of cobalt metal. Korea also develops a modern and fully integrated 400-hectare industrial park, which has both land and sea accesses, warehouses, and a distribution center. Strategically positioned along the Wolo coast, Korea gains a distinct advantage with seamless access to both inbound and outbound goods. Presently, Korea effectively manages operations through its dedicated terminals, Muara Lapaupau and Wolo, integral to its business endeavors. Korea is poised to elevate the Wolo Special Terminal into a cutting-edge facility, serve as a dynamic sales conduit for products stemming from its smelter and HPAL plant. Korea emphasizes the well-being of its employees and creates a dynamic work environment. The company develops on-site living residences with modern facilities and recreational amenities to ensure proper living areas for its employees. Ceria carries out its work by implementing sustainable development principles. Ceria is fully committed to ESG compliance in all aspects of its mining operations. Robust implementation of ESG regulations demonstrates our dedication to protecting the environment and meeting the expectations of Ceria stakeholders, including the local communities where we operate. We also prioritize governance practices that emphasize internal control and ethical standards. Ceria also maximizes the implementation of good mining practices and green operation principles and supports the net zero carbon policy in 2050. To strengthen our commitment to achieving net zero emissions, Ceria aims to progressively reduce and ultimately eliminate greenhouse gas emissions. Ceria contributes to the social and economic development of social communities through job creation and local business initiatives. Ceria also contributes to state revenue through tax and non-tax payments. Our commitment to sustainable mining has been recognized by the Indonesian government with the granting of National Vital Object status, as well as a national strategic project for the nickel refining project. Leveraging its current and potential resources and reserves, Ceria has the opportunity to develop a large-scale nickel-based industry that produces essential materials for societal progress and national advancement. As a 100% national company, Ceria is dedicated to transforming these natural resources into sustainable national health by investing in high-quality projects and industries with strong fundamentals. Establishing a smelter holding company with several RKEF smelter subsidiaries in Phase 1, Phase 2, Phase 3, Nickel Matte Converter Phase 1 and Phase 2, and HPAL Plant Phase 1 and Phase 2 will be Ceria's step to meet national and global demand for clean energy needs, increase competitiveness, and one of the leaders in the national nickel and cobalt industry. With abundant nickel and cobalt resources, an integrated industrial estate, and expansive ferronickel and cobalt processing facilities geared towards the electric battery ecosystem, Ceria is well positioned to play a major role in nickel and cobalt production both in Indonesia and globally. Ceria, empowering communities and building a sustainable future as we aspire to become a global nickel and cobalt leader through efficiency and sustainability.
Hello there, we are Adi. And we are Modern Construction Company.
We are beyond.
Beyond what, you ask? For us, green is more than just a color and a movement. It's beyond. It's a commitment to further invest in ESG and surely to reduce carbon emissions from our breakthrough.
It's planting not just that small tree. The 1,000 actions of green in different locations.
Supporting the use of greater public transportation every day.
Our vision is simple, to make the world a better place to live and to grow.